Warning. The Federal Communications The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand you.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings, and all that. Thanks for being here. My name is Alan Cox. You just heard it. But I'll repeat myself. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora's here, too.
Hi, guys. No babies.
Leather Tuscadero.
Found a Twizzler in this pocket today.
Some people are finding 20s.
Nope.
You found a Twizzler.
My brother hid Twizzlers all over my apartment.
Oh, you're still finding those?
Yes, and I'm still finding them. This is the first time I've worn this jacket this year. Put my hand in. Oh, a Twizzler.
Are they the tiny ones, like the Halloween Twizzlers, the half Twizzlers?
No, he took a full bag of Twizzlers, cut it up into pieces, and hid it all over my apartment.
Oh, these are not the individually wrapped Twizzlers. These are raw, open Twizzlers. Desiccated.
Yes, it was hard as a nail, this Twizzler.
And the beauty of that prank is that you'll never know when you found the last one.
Well, didn't he say he knew how many there were?
He said yes. He said there was like 54 or something like that, but I'm like, I doubt he counted.
Maybe he did.
I don't know.
Have you counted?
I have highlighted all of them on my Instagram, and I think I'm up to like 30.
That's
the only way I've counted.
Yeah, there's no way to know. All right. Poundcake's behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
You okay?
Yeah.
Oh, you sound a little bummed out.
Oh, no.
Okay.
He wishes he had a Twizzler.
I don't like Twizzlers.
Give it to, you don't like Twizzlers?
I don't like licorice, no.
Wow.
No.
I don't like black licorice. I don't like OG licorice flavor.
Yeah.
But boy, a Twizzler, I'll chomp the hell out of a Twizzler.
It has no flavor.
It's straw cherry.
Nah.
Yeah.
It's not real flavor.
Well, it's not for him. If you'd like to join us, please do. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. We used to call that toll-free. I don't know what we call it now. It's just another phone number. It used to be our toll-free phone number. 35192 to send me a text. It's got to make the morning show feel real good when they're bombarded with texts to me. I don't know why people do this, but, you know, people got their lives to lead, and people, when I come in to prepare the studio for the show, I always have to go through the texts in the morning because many of them are to me. One in particular, by the way, said, it's really upsetting to hear Poundcake say he voted for Obama not just because he was black, but because he didn't want the bitch to get the nomination. That was a Poundcake quote from yesterday. Why is it okay we've gotten rid of all these terms, but a guy can use the word bitch so carelessly and in an insulting way? Alan, I'm disappointed you didn't say something to him. I will tell you why I didn't say something to him. Because, and I'll assume perhaps you're a new listener to the show, bitch is every other word out of Poundcake's mouth. So it's not said with malice. It's literally said like I would call somebody dude. He would call them bitch.
Yeah.
Right? Am I paraphrasing that properly, Poundcake, for anybody who might take umbrage at your use? You use that word all the time.
It's just,
all the time.
It's just like what a bitch want from me. I don't know.
Right. So that's why I didn't. It's not, again, not one of my favorite words.
It's a buddy, a pal, a confidant.
There you go. A buddy, a pal, a confidant. Yep. Thank you for being a friend. He did a song to that effect. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a bitch, would be the Poundcake version of that song.
Since Mary has worked here, I have probably called her a bitch over a dozen times.
Way more than that. You call me a bitch a dozen times a week.
Talking about this week? Yeah.
But I've never been like, bitch! I've been like, bitch. Or like, bitch. Or like,
his has multiple eyes in it.
Yes.
You have
sometimes
write it out.
You have to look at my eyes to know what I mean. Because if my eyes are angry, then you know it's a bad bitch. But like, if my eyes are like, wow, you're beautiful, then you are a bad bitch. So it's really, you just have to look at it.
This is precisely why I didn't say anything about it, because I try not to look into his eyes because I'm afraid I'll get lost in them.
Or turn to stone.
I don't know what and frankly, he's got those Coke bottle glasses on too. So it's like, if you look in them, his eyes are giant. I mean, they are magnified 32 times.
Why gotta mention a bitch's glasses?
Right. Alan, maybe those Twizzlers are what were bringing those flying ants into Mary's apartment.
No, my brother's the first person I called. I was like, hey, did you hide Twizzlers in my floorboards or in like the vents or anything like that because I have.
You thought he did structural damage to complete the prank.
I wanted to make sure that he didn't because then if I
get fined for
right
it.
because then it is my fault. Like but he said that he didn't. He said he didn't put them anywhere where I wouldn't eventually find them. None of them are that hidden that he's ripping up floorboards or anything like that.
Bozo gets in there. I don't care what you brother do with the candy. You owe me $25,000. All right. Alan, you guys started a minute late, and I thought maybe Bill was in jail. Bill's not in jail. No, we established that yesterday. That we covered it yesterday. That there was no danger of him
not going to jail,
being taken into custody because he forgot
as much as Mary
about
wants
jury
it.
duty last week.
I just think that would be an awesome story.
Then you go to jail.
No, I do what I'm supposed to. I'm not going to go to jail. You didn't do what you were supposed to.
I actually did.
No?
Yes, I did.
You're supposed to call.
Well, I did call. It just was a week later.
He did call. I mean, it's, I got a message from Pat, who works over at Frito-Lay. He goes, Bill is going to be mentioned in the Knuckleheads in the News over on the Magic Morning Show with Mark Nolan. And I had to text Mark Nolan to, in fact, confirm that they haven't done that for many, many years. So one less thing you've got to worry about, Bill, is that you'll be a knucklehead in the news. Now, here's the question. Since you do
I think I could be.
Since you do have a macing in your jacket, did they mention you in Knuckleheads in the News years ago when you had your altercation at the Mansfield Reformatory?
I don't think I did. Okay. I think they kept that
professional courtesy.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But that's still something I kind of wish I had handled a little bit differently because I feel like I could.
You would have wanted them to talk about you in Knuckleheads in the News.
not that. But I feel like
the whole situation.
The whole situation, because I just wanted it to go away. But I did not deserve to be sprayed with pepper spray.
That's what every person who does something wrong says.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't deserve
I had video
that.
of it. Like,
I didn't deserve that.
All I did was kill his kitten and set his couch on fire.
That's all.
Well, I'm just going to go to jail
That's
now?
All I did was put my hands behind my back and kneel down on the ground.
No, I'm kidding.
And then he sprayed me with pepper spray. So that feels like maybe I could have...
Could it be that
something?
Did he know who you were?
Could it be that he didn't like the show? Oh, so he didn't know who you were. Oh, I see.
Did people in line know who you were?
They did then. That's the guy getting maced.
The guy getting maced, yeah.
Well, I didn't know.
I mean, my friends did, but they were just my friends.
Did they try to come to your aid?
No, I mean, they were talking to the cops, but they were...
Oh, my goodness.
They weren't trying to fight the cops or anything like that. They were trying to reason with the cop.
They didn't want to get any droplets on them.
I kneeled down and put my hands behind my back, and I was getting maced or pepper sprayed as I was like giving myself up.
Are you sure that they didn't think you were reaching for something? Like you were
by
reaching...
Put on his knees?
By following the directions that he was telling me to put my hands behind my back.
Maybe you had a gun in your back pocket.
But I wasn't. But I didn't. I was wearing like a jacket. Like,
do you have his badge number?
You couldn't see that. Like it was just hands behind my back. That's all I was doing.
I don't know.
That's the sound of the police.
Is there any chance that they thought you were the ghost of an escaped convict from the Mansfield Reformatory?
Does pepper spray work on ghosts?
What? I don't know. I don't believe in ghosts. You tell me. I believe in pepper spray. I don't know. Why are ghosts wearing clothes?
That's what they died in.
Huh?
What?
Hey, I've got to take a break. Sebastian Maniscalco is going to be on the show a little bit later on. I love talking to him. I will have more than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes with him. The Nobody Does This tour is playing arenas, and the Romo Fijo is one of them. So he's coming through to do a show on the 9th of next month. Another $1,000 for you to win here in a few minutes, by the way. Listen for that keyword to go fund yourself coming up at 2:30.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio. on 100.7
WMMS.
35192 if you want to send a text in to me here. AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. Got the brand new Poundcake podcast up there for you as well. Those drop on Wednesday now. This week's is called Music Fests Are a Music Mess. And I imagine you'll be talking about the Travis Scott situation.
And it's getting worse. I should have just waited until I don't know what will be resolved, but like there's updates minute by minute now. Everyone's doing a damn TikTok. Everyone's investigating.
That's all finger pointing now when you have a situation of that magnitude.
But see, like, I don't want to say stars shouldn't do this, but like a concert tour, I said it in my podcast, a concert tour would have been just fine. It used to be, oh, you do a world tour and you sell out all your shows. That's a flex. That's clout. Now it's like, I have my own goddamn festival with my face all printed out.
You got to go to the next thing. I mean, anybody can do a tour, but if you've got your own
Not anybody can do a tour.
Well, everybody can tour. What I'm saying is the next thing would be your own festival. But then you incur all that liability if something like this happens. There are plenty of festivals. Perry Farrell's been doing Lollapalooza for 30 years with pretty minimal...
But is it his festival?
Yeah, he created it. I mean, well, he owns the licensing, and I'm sure that he gets the lion's share of whatever. He may have even sold that. I don't know what the current state of it is, but he invented it and put it out on the road. It started out with like 8 bands.
Okay. I mean, all you have to do is look at the Juggalos and how they handle their festival. People seem to be fine there. Sure, some nipples are clipped off, but that's with consent.
Yeah,
the guy's
Jesus
doing it
Christ.
himself.
If you would think there would be any festival that was just a mess from front to back, it would be The Gathering, and it seems to go off pretty much without a hitch. I'm sure there's people getting arrested and getting pinched for
some
things here and there, but nobody's dying that I've heard of.
I know what my fest would be called if I had
And Tila Tequila had poop thrown at her.
Mm-hmm. What would your festival be called, Poundcake?
The Cody Convention.
I don't like it.
You don't like it? Why?
0 out of 10 would attend that festival.
Pound Fest. You don't want
Unless
to do Pound
they're
Fest?
all Cody's.
It would have to be Pound Fest.
I would think
Nobody knows you as Cody. The Cody Convention.
that's a convention of Cody's. Everyone named Cody comes
Yes.
to that. That's what I would
That
think.
is very poorly
It's like
messaged.
the Twins Festival.
Yeah.
I can't do Coachella because I would probably get sued.
That would be good.
Perfect.
No, I get
Pound
sued.
Cake is how people know you. It's got to be pound to something. Your show is not the Cody Cast.
Pound-a-palooza?
No.
Pound Fest is too, like, bland.
Also, I'm pretty sure that there's a convention already called Pound Fest.
Right.
It happens at the Hyatt in Chicago every year.
furries
It's
have
in
one
Leather
of-
Week. Yeah.
Juggalos be trippin', yo.
If Juggalos can pull off The Gathering with all those Juggalos and Juggalettes, it really does lend credence to the notion that everybody there, no matter how crazy it's getting, everybody's kind of looking out for each other.
Yes.
That it really is a community, one that we might stand on the outside of and go, oh, ha, look at this. But again, that should stand as a pretty sterling example of a festival. Now, I don't think they get 50,000 people to The Gathering, but they get a lot of people there.
Oh, I have another one.
Yes?
The Cody Con Carnival.
Cody with Carnival?
No. Yeah. Like con queso.
Juggalos be trippin', yo.
This guy's going to Mexico, and he wants to talk about Cody with Carnival. What does that mean, Cody with Carnival?
Just Cody, and I bring a carnival with me.
Again, no one. It's got to be Pound Cake.
Yeah, but
It's got to be.
Pound Cake has been referenced in so many different terms.
But that's how people know you.
Country songs, Drake did
That's
a
your
song.
brand. For better or worse. Unless you want to start all over again as Cody Brown, which you've already said you don't like.
That's why I said
Nobody's going to know the Cody Carnival. Anyway, the Poundcake podcast is available for you. It's got to be episode 52, 3. What is it?
Oh, God, I don't even remember.
You're past the 50 mark. Music fests are a music mess, is what it is. And I didn't dig into it, but a couple of people sent me some. They said, go to this point in the podcast and pull the audio.
Let me guess, they didn't like. Or they're talking about something I said.
I don't know. I didn't go into it. I forgot until just now that some people had emailed me. I'll go into it and I'll figure it out. The Poundcake Sports break is later on today, too. That happens on Wednesdays around 5:20. Do you want to give us a little tease as to what that's going to be about?
Someone else is having weight issues just like I am, and I'm talking about that.
Guy in New Orleans?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right, Cavaliers are back at home tonight. The 7-3 Wizards are playing the 7-4 Cavaliers. It's going to be a good game. 7 o'clock tonight here on MMS. 6:30, right after we get out of here, is when that pregame coverage will begin. I think we all got the email about sound bites that Ron pulled from the show. We got an email from Ron, who is a pretty close listener of the show. He tweets pretty frequently. Funny dude, from what I've seen. He sent it to all of us. And he said, yesterday's show had a few pretty worthy sound bites. And then I added a bonus clip from Friday when Gwen was in. 3 of them are me, 1 of them are Mary.
I didn't get this.
Again, I don't play clips of myself because I'm the one doing the most talking, so it would just confuse everyone. You didn't get this?
I don't think I got this either.
The solid in first. There's one of them. You'd want to put the solid in first. You'd want to put the solid in first. Here's Mary.
I will eat an entire box.
Yeah! All right, man. Check it out, ladies.
All right.
I've plowed through a family box. Yeah! All right. What were we talking about? Cereal.
Yeah.
That's right.
Because of our conversation yesterday, I was like, man, I'm going to have some cereal. And I had cereal this morning, but I have been on that diet. So it's like this healthy, high protein, high fiber, vegan. It's the worst thing I've ever eaten. Ew. It is like.
The cereal is?
I mean, it was cinnamon flavored, I guess, but it
That's
was
not even...
so crunchy and hard. It was, honestly, it took like 20 chews per bite before you could even get through this stuff.
Say 230.
Yeah, it's like you eating wicker.
Yes, it was like wood chips.
A while back, my wife bought a bunch of this keto cereal called Magic Spoon, and I think she had like 1 box of it. And listen, if you're trying to eat healthy cereal, it's gonna suck.
Oh.
So cereal should be like a cheat meal or something.
Yes.
Like get regular cereal if you like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Or
I was like, they should just stop trying because this is I called it horse food. I was like, what is this?
There's a reason that they have to make cereal super sugary to make it good. So if I eat keto cereal, no, you choke down keto cereal. It's like nobody's costs you 4 times as much.
It's like $10, like $9 for this box, and I'm like, well, 13 grams of protein, 10 grams of fiber, whatever it is, it's better for me for the macros or whatever. But now I have it left and I'm done with that program. So I'm like, well, I'm not going to throw it out. I should eat this.
Yeah, just eat normally and have that once in a while.
So bad. I was so unhappy. I cut up strawberries and put it in it, put sugar on top. I was like, nothing is helping.
That's a reason they had to frost mini wheats.
Right.
They're like, how come we're not selling these giant wheat pillows? Because they're awful.
Right.
And listen, and I'm a kid who grew up eating grape nuts. I know whence I speak, right? We didn't get sugar cereals. So a sugar cereal for us was Raisin Bran.
Ooh.
Because it had sugar on the raisins. You could see little granules. That was a treat. Rest of the time, we were eating wheat germ. And we were eating
grape nuts.
Grape nuts. Yeah.
Boy. This was at Kashi. Yeah. It's one of theirs.
It's what Frank Costanza eats.
Oh, is it? Well, there you go.
Yes. I got $1,000 here for you. This will buy you 5 boxes of Magic Spoon, probably, if you're into that. Listen closely, a keyword for you to grab $1,000 right now. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword EASY to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's EASY to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
It came on me very quickly. There you go. That was the last clip, and I assume that's me talking about my diarrhea from Friday's show.
Is
it though? It came on me very quickly. And you can hear he did a quick cut in there, too. Ron, you sneaky son of a bitch. Was that you?
It's the horse cereal coming back up.
Wow, yeah. Yummy. All the way up the esophagus and Alan, I'm 31. I've been called for regular jury duty 5 times and federal jury duty once.
Dang.
I have no idea why I get called so often. That is, most of the messaging I got from people was that some people have been on jury duty a lot for whatever reason, and other people have never been called.
Never been called.
Very strange. You think, I bet anything that there's a mark next to your name if you show up for jury duty and they go, okay, here's this person's a goer.
Yeah. He was interested. He took notes.
Yeah, they're down to clown.
Right.
Yeah. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. Anytime you want to call us there, you can just leave a quick message. That's what it's for. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan. I was calling because I was listening to the show today, and I heard or got to see Poundcake show and read the card he got, and I was fuming mad. I mean, it's just disgusting. And just when I thought I couldn't get more angry listening to the radio, you let Dick from Dayton back on. Now, I'm tired of listening to that doddering old fool. I typically switch away for a few minutes when he comes on. Today I didn't because I had this fleeting hope that he was going to say, oh, I just listened to what was said to Poundcake. That's terrible. That was foolish because, A, he wouldn't say that, and B, it would mean he actually listens to the show. You said on the show today that when he's not employed, he will no longer be welcome on the air. I am asking you, Alan Cox, to be a man of your word. I can endure 8 more weeks of that doddering old idiot, but if you go on beyond that, I'm going to send letters to you that are... I won't even do that. I just blew it, but whatever. Dick from Dayton is annoying as hell. Please stop him.
Oh, wow. We've had Dick hiatuses before. I don't think that I... No, listen, I was joking when I said that he won't be welcome anymore on the show after he retires from Lowe's. I won't take his calls any more frequently. I assume they'll be more frequent.
Right.
I won't take them any more frequently. But, I think we've all got a little soft spot in our heart for Dick, you know?
I know.
Who knows?
I do.
I mean, this is a guy, he's in his 70s. He's got an older girlfriend, he says. So imagine how you'd feel if you were putting it into an octogenarian.
When you're 70, though, I mean, you probably feel pretty good about that.
No, there's
I
no
don't think
point
he's putting it in there anymore.
Well,
I don't think they're romantic. It's more like just a companion.
You don't think it's a physical relationship?
I don't think it is anymore. I'm sure it was at one point, but I think at this point...
What, when she was 79?
Yeah, right?
Now it's just dust.
What happened to us? It used to be in the early blush of youngish love, because people refer to themselves as 80 years young. In the earliest blush of young love in their relationship, it was probably, fireworks all the time. It was probably just excitement and...
But then again, we always hear about how the people in the retirement homes are
dude.
banging like crazy,
And
so
they're
maybe
all
they
got
are.
herpes.
Maybe, yeah, after a long day
Age
at
slash
Lowe's,
herpes.
he comes down and goes low on her.
I was reading about it. This won't apply to me, but it would apply to you guys. And maybe not Mary. This list of words, little portmanteaus that pop up when people talk about dating trends, right? These dating sites, see words pop up that people use. I don't know if people create them,
Wait, like the most popular words that pop up?
Well, like communidating, like these words that mean things in the age of dating apps, things that would never have anything to do, in real life, really. But
why did you say this would have to do with me?
well, because I said it doesn't have to do with me, and it probably wouldn't have to do with you. I was thinking of single versus, you're in a long-term relationship thus far.
Hey.
Poundcake, well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Bill, you've got a boyfriend. You guys are talking about moving in.
Yeah.
Bill and Poundcake are the swinging singles out there, boy. Bad boy Bill over
Lay
here.
it all on the line.
Poundcake with Carnival over here is doing his thing.
Step right up.
Hey, try to guess my weight while I sit on your face.
I'd swing with Bill. I think that'd be fun.
What's that?
I said I'd swing with Bill. We're swinging singles.
I think you mean it in a different way than, huh?
Swinging is for couples.
I'm just saying
we'll go in as a couple.
I'm just saying if he has a significant other and he wants to hey, I have a friend who wants to lose his virginity, I'm down for that too.
There you go.
Well, that's a situation that would require a lot of
I'll see if I
explanation.
can line something up for you, bud. if it doesn't work out in Mexico, we'll have you deflowered by Christmas. I guarantee it.
Perfect.
Deflowered by Christmas.
Bills get nice girls. Yeah.
What?
I bat above my average.
Well, yeah. You said they're all listeners. That's good. It's less work you got to do.
I know.
Communidating is
it's
using...
the worst when you have to be like, and then I got on the road and I didn't stand up for it. And when you can just show up and they'd be like, they know everything.
So much of the work is already done.
It saves you so much time.
So much of the work is already done.
I just
say, so tell me about you. And you just go, Go to my Wikipedia page.
Yeah, right.
Anywho, deja vuing is doing the same things with a new partner that you did with your ex. Isn't that every relationship? Like, there's only there's a finite number of things you can do.
I think they might mean like ignoring red flags, not like activities.
I go to the same
like
restaurants.
doing things
So they
in
don't
the
mean
relationship.
going to Cedar Point?
No, I don't
This
think
is
they
how,
mean
This is how
having
far
dinner.
out of the loop I am on this.
No.
Oh, I see.
They mean having the same fights or the same problems or
Yeah, same problems, different person.
right. Not
That
we,
makes
we
so
used to
much
go to
more
Applebee's.
How many times can we go to a movie? Being unsure about physical boundaries that are acceptable now, like whether to hug or shake hands, is called anticipation. I would use that word for something completely different. Going back to high school, if I'd had that word at my disposal, I had a lot of anticipation that never came to fruition, as Poundcake would say.
That's what you get when you go by a gazebo with me.
Yep, that's right. Anticipation. Ending a serious relationship due to perspective and clarity gained through the pandemic. They call resigning your relationship.
Oh, yes.
You know what? I'm not going to pick
what
up.
happened with my last relationship.
She didn't pick up your option?
I made her resign.
You made her resign. Oh. Who, the chef? Was that the
Yeah.
last one?
Yeah.
You made her resign.
Well, I guess I resigned.
You resigned via text message, yeah.
Right. Well, she did a no-call, no-show. And then
Yeah, and then
figured
6
it out.
months later, he resigned.
He resigned, right? That's what I mean. Like, yeah. Refusing to date someone who doesn't believe in science is called Darwining.
Emphasis on winning.
I like that one.
Uh-huh. Taking somebody you just started dating on vacation is a vacation.
Mistake is what that is.
I did that a couple times.
How long do you wait?
Leon had to do it on Curb. He had to find a new Mary Ferguson.
Yeah, that's right.
Take her out to Asia.
Watch the dog.
I mean, I guess going on vacation with someone right away, sure, there's lots of sex and stuff, but if it's so new that you're like uncomfortable voicing, like, hey, this is how I like to travel. Like, you don't want to ripple the water too much, you know?
Ripple the water.
I just made that up.
You did?
Instead of you don't want to make waves.
Yeah.
you
don't want to ripple the water.
water.
And Mary's deja vuing all over again in her new relationship.
But
you know, I'm such a water rippler that
I like it.
I do too. I'm always looking for something new.
I want to ripple the waters.
Yeah.
It's a way to really figure out if that's going to be a relationship worth pursuing, though. Like if you could, because you're doing a month's worth of dating in a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how early is early in the relationship? My boyfriend and I went to Tennessee for 5 days when we had been together, I think 3 or 4 months.
Is
that early?
Well, I don't know. No, 3 or 4 months.
I think within a month.
Okay.
Going.
Yeah.
They just did this on a show I was watching
a few weeks ago
where they were talking about like doing that trip. Oh, I think it was an early episode of Seinfeld.
Yeah, when they go to Pennsylvania Dutch country and it
That's
rains
right.
the whole time.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a conversation with her. That actress is hot, boy.
Yeah.
They're just sitting around and because he wanted to save some money.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to take a break here. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192 to do that. You can hit us up at alancoxshow.com. And you can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
If the government can barely fund Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Veterans Day is tomorrow, of course. I was reading today that it's the 246th birthday of the Marine Corps today. A lot of people joined, they're shooting this Adam Driver movie in Cleveland, and he very famously joined the Marines after 9/11. A lot of people who and have seen, celebrity types were veterans. Drew Carey was a veteran. I don't know where he was stationed, but Drew Carey was a veteran. Rob Riggle, who was on The Daily Show many years ago, but is very funny. He shows up in things. He was a Marine for 23 years. I think he still does. Rob Riggle is still somehow involved, not just as like a spokesperson, but he still does active military stuff. He's not shooting a movie or something. I had Gene Hackman on this show many, many years ago. He is retired from acting a while ago, but I had him on a long time ago. He said he was 16 and he lied about his age and enlisted in the Marine Corps. See, that was back when you would lie about your age to try to get in to enlist.
And there was no one checking. They were just like, yeah, okay.
Well, right.
They're like, sure.
You didn't really have to, we'll take anybody. You really have to do this.
Yeah.
I think it appeals to Americans in general because it's a part of our heritage, our legacy, that the country was really developed by people of kind of an adventurous spirit. And so we as Americans, I guess, think of ourselves in some ways as inheritors of that pioneer spirit.
Gene Hackman on this show a decade ago. He spent 4.5 years as a field radio operator and was stationed in China for a while.
Is that where the phone call was from?
I know, the phone was really weird. I wasn't sure where he was, but that buzz was on it the whole time. So the birthday of the Marine Corps today, Veterans Day tomorrow. My father's a veteran. I was born at Kenner Army Hospital in Fort Lee, Virginia. And here's one thing that I didn't realize, though, and maybe I'm reading it incorrectly, but I was reading that a veteran is somebody who is honorably discharged from the military.
Yeah.
So if but you served,
but if you're dishonorably discharged, you're like, you don't even count.
But you served, so you're still a veteran.
Yeah, but if you kill your bunkmate.
Well, there's a lot of things you can get dishonorably discharged for. You can get.
I thought it was only really bad stuff.
No, I don't think so.
But if you're dishonorably discharged, you don't get the benefits of being a veteran.
It's not honorable.
Yeah, you didn't finish.
Well, I'm not talking about benefits,
term, yeah.
But you served the country.
Right, but
you're still
aren't considered a veteran.
Really?
The word honoring, we're not honoring your service. You've been dishonored from it.
You've been dishonorably discharged. You've done something that's against whatever your military code, your branch of the military. Yeah. What I'm saying, though, is a veteran is someone who served in a branch of the military.
I don't know.
If the culmination, I was just surprised because that's what I read. If the culmination of that is you being discharged dishonorably, nobody wants any kind of discharge, right? Whether it's green,
I
yellow.
had some dishonorable discharge.
Mary had some beet juice coming out of weird places the other day. Not great. That is not an honorable discharge. All I'm saying is, if somebody served, I've never served in the military.
Really?
Absolutely. I know a lot of people think that I have.
You know what? You just look like a guy who could bounce a quarter off his sheets,
Oh, I can do that. Oh, I have all of the psychosis of somebody who served in the military. Just didn't actually do any military service. But I just thought that was straight. And perhaps that's how it is if you were dishonorably discharged.
I don't know anything about it.
And I understand your point about Veterans Day honoring veterans, but you did serve. Let's say you were in the Marines or pick a branch. My dad was in the Army. Let's say you served in the Army for 15 years, and then something happened, and you were dishonorably discharged. That doesn't negate your service. Didn't end the way that you hoped that it would. Maybe veterans may be hip to that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how that works, but
I wasn't sure if it was a difference between theory and practice.
I have no idea.
All right.
I mean, the only thing that I can think of similar in my life is serving a Mormon mission. You can return with honor, or you can return the way I did.
You were excommunicated.
I was excommunicated. But then there's, you can return. So like I am not considered a return missionary. I was sent home. So that's a different,
right. But you did serve as a missionary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm not a return missionary. I'm not. I'm not an honorable mission performer.
Is that an honorable mission performer?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
They don't bring up what I did and go, yeah, he did it.
What
He
a
got
guy.
the job done. Even though I had pretty good stats for when I was actually trying.
Okay.
Just it got all wiped out by the other things I was doing.
Jimi Hendrix was in the military. Ice-T was in the military. Because he, knocked some chick up. He had a new baby, new wife. He's like, I got to do something. Get a steady paycheck. So he was in the military for a while. So say what you want about Ice-T. Boy, what a life that guy's had. He's been on this show many times over the years.
He's done porn.
Love Ice-T.
Oh
He
my
has?
goodness.
Has he?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That was like one of
I think a sex tape with him and Coco might not be considered porn.
Well, if you market it and there's like an actual promotion behind it.
Wow. It was them? Or was him and one of those girls from the old album covers?
I was so young, I don't remember, but I was going through my uncle's stuff because that's what kids do. And I saw it was Ice-T and some white girl with a fat ass. So it might have been Coco. I don't know. I was too young to remember.
Ice-T loves the Pogs, boy. He loves them. Well, yeah, but I mean, he was in the military, then gangster rap, cop killer with Body Count. Now he's playing a cop for many, many years.
Like one of the longest running characters on TV.
That's right. Yeah. Alan, I have a dishonorable discharge, and I need to speak to Dr. Ryan Berglund. I see what you did there. Dr. Ryan Berglund will join us once we're in the new studios downtown in the year 2026.
Downtown.
So that will be very exciting. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Alan.
What's going on?
Hey, hate the show, man.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I was just going to speak on the whole honorable, dishonorable, and being a veteran.
Okay.
So pretty much, you have an honorable discharge, you have an other than honorable discharge, and then you have a dishonorable discharge. So technically you could say, yeah, everybody, who served was a veteran. But Mary and Bill, they're kind of right that, you get out honorably, and so that's where you get that veteran status. You won't get any veterans benefits. You won't get any kind of the perks of being a veteran.
Yeah. Well, and I understand all that, but that to me is all housekeeping. That's all administrative.
Agreed.
Right? What I'm saying, you couldn't walk into the VA with a dishonorable discharge and get them to see you or whatever. But if somebody said, "Were you a veteran?" you go, "Yes," because
I have a buddy who got in trouble that has done some pretty awesome things while serving, and he got an other than honorable discharge, and I would still also consider him a veteran. But that's all I really wanted to put in.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Al.
Yeah.
Yep, bye-bye.
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, this is all premature. I mean, Veterans Day is tomorrow, but everybody else will be talking about veterans tomorrow.
You want to get the jump.
I'm going to do it today, right?
Well,
Why be so predictable?
You're talking about people that aren't veterans, though.
Well, according to these people, they're not veterans. I was just surprised to see that. I didn't know that was what was going on. Now, what about Colonel Angus? Was he? There was a lot of discharge there, wasn't there, with Colonel Angus? Dishonorable or otherwise? I don't know.
These parts for years.
Are you ladies out here talking about Colonel Angus?
Yes, Daddy. I can't wait to meet him.
Oh, watch out, Melinda. Once a woman is introduced to Colonel Angus, she'll settle for nothing less.
Daddy, they say all the women folk love Colonel Angus.
I don't know why people make such a big fuss over Colonel Angus. Angus.
Oh, Colonel Angus, you old carpetbagger.
Annabelle.
Christopher Walken.
I fear my visit is an inconvenience.
Nonsense, Colonel Angus. We're always happy to see your shining face.
Colonel Angus, what brings you to these parts?
I'm headed down south.
Mm-hmm. I believe, by the way, that was when Foo Fighters were the musical guest. Christopher Walken and Foo Fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, Foo Fighters.
Yeah. I thought maybe Christopher Walken would induct them into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Fingers
I was
crossed.
kind of hoping he was going to come out. I was
that would have been great.
That would have been incredible.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Foo Fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, Foo Fighters.
Hey, Rob.
Yes.
What's going on, Rob?
How you doing today, Alan?
Good.
As a Navy veteran, I'm not sure if you were aware, there's actually 3 different types of discharges you can get. You can get an honorable discharge, you can get an other than honorable discharge, and you can get a bad conduct discharge. So Mary was right on it's the major things that you do wrong, murder, rape.
Major thing.
It's got to be big for a bad conduct. If it's a minor thing, then you get an other than honorable discharge. And the only people who get the big benefits is if you get the honorable discharge.
Okay, so you got, as long as you're squeaky clean, you're honorably discharged, but then there's kind of shades of gray in between. There's like the capital offense, you get dishonorably discharged, and then the stuff in the middle, they go, we're going to call this other than honorable.
Right, like you test positive for drugs.
Oh.
If you're not, that would be like an other than honorable. Now, if you've got big possession and it's a felony, now that's a bad conduct discharge.
Okay. So anything, so dishonorable discharge basically wipes your service off the records.
You're still served, but you have a bad conduct discharge, and you're not eligible for any of the benefits.
Wow. And your papers would say dishonorable discharge.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They have your discharge papers, which is an RE-111, or DD-214. Sorry, it's a DD-214.
Duh.
Gives you your rating and your discharge.
Yeah.
Whether you were honorable, other than honorable, or bad conduct.
Because somebody told me Hendrix was discharged for whacking off in some area he wasn't supposed to be doing. That would be the greatest. I thought it was because he was kissing another guy. That was before Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And in that song, Bill, you remember that song he did?
Yeah, Excuse me while I kiss this
Excuse
guy.
me while I kiss this guy. Yeah. Right. I thought that's why they dishonorably discharged. Okay, hey, thanks, Rob. I appreciate the call. There's a little bit of clarification there. Alan, today is also the anniversary of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Oh.
Why do I always think that the Edmund Fitzgerald is like from the 1800s or something? It sank in 1975.
I know, and then he wrote that song like
a year later, like 9 months later.
Yeah. He's ready to get in on it.
Yeah. Like Gitchigumi. November 10th, 1975. Why do I think... My daughter was playing a puzzle game on her. She has like a little Kindle tablet that we just have little games on. She was playing a puzzle game about getting off the Titanic. And so she's doing these like, we have to move the locks to get out of the room before it fills up with water and that kind of stuff.
Homescapes.
Yeah.
There is...
she loves these like escape room games, and the one she's playing over the weekend was Escape the Titanic. Yeah.
There was a little kid on that nightmare flight I took last week from Minneapolis to Chicago, or whichever way it was. One of the little kids, I got up and was going to the bathroom, and I had to wait. He was playing Squid Game. He was probably 5. He was playing on a tablet, and it was a Squid Game, and he's like killing other people. And having
there's
to
a Squid
complete,
Game?
Of course there's a game.
Yes, and he's like having to complete these challenges, because I was standing and waiting for the bathroom, and I'm like,
inappropriate. There's no hope.
This is a small kid. Like, and I know the whole like.
Was he
violence
Asian?
and
Maybe it made him nostalgic for home.
He was
Korean?
I don't know.
Did he look Asian?
He was not American.
They're speaking another language. I'm pretty sure it was Asian.
Yeah.
So he's just shooting people.
I don't want to say not American, not white.
Not white.
Right.
Okay.
Because he could have been born here. But
Right.
he was not
Understood.
white.
Yes. Of foreign descent.
Correct.
Right. And you didn't. He was sitting next to you, or
No,
or-
I was waiting for the bathroom. So he was like toward the
okay.
back of the plane.
And you saw him playing this
He
game.
had the sound on.
Yep.
So I was looking, obviously, I'm like, where's this noise? And I'm like, this little kid is killing people in this game.
Wow.
Like, this is wild.
the sound on. So
Yeah.
they just wanted this kid to like sit there and be quiet.
Yeah, they didn't care what he
Yeah.
did. But he couldn't have been older than 5 or 6. No way.
All right.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, also, as probably his parents watched Squid Game with like him there or whatever, you know.
Yeah. Or they just say download whatever you want. I don't care. They might not even know what's going on.
Huh.
You know, they might
Maybe
not
they
even
thought
know.
it was a cooking game.
Maybe he was much older than you think, and he just had one of those diseases that makes him look like a little
progeria.
kid.
I don't think so.
Was he bald?
Well, that
No.
makes that
Did
makes
he have
you look older.
encephalopathy? Did he look like he had look like a waterhead?
He looked like a 4-year-old.
A 4-year-old.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, they do look like 4-year-olds.
Maybe.
Yeah, okay. You know, I know it's not my place. I wish you'd ask more questions.
I can't. What am I supposed to do?
Hey, what's up with this game?
Hey, family who hasn't been speaking English the whole time, tell me what this is. How old's your kid? Yeah, right.
How old are you?
They couldn't even figure out where to sit, all right?
Oh, that family.
Not that, I mean, it was like I said, it was like 7 families like that.
One of them that just plopped down wherever they wanted.
Yes.
I see.
I'm not going to ask them any questions.
Okay. It is also the 52nd birthday of Sesame Street. Which you might have remembered has been in the news lately.
More like
because
Socialist Street.
Yeah! Because, people got big mad at Big Bird.
Getting vaxxed.
Yeah, getting vaxxed, right.
But getting vaxxed, like, it was an old video. That's what I think is the funniest part of the
From
whole
the
thing.
7th. You look like season 3 of Sesame Street.
Go back and cancel them. Ooh, yeah, just cancel them because of an old video surfacing.
Yeah, but a show that's been on that long and has been so popular with kids, I mean, it's on in 130 countries. So they have multiple international versions of Sesame Street. It's won more Emmy Awards than any other television show. So over the course of that time, every decade has its anti-Sesame Street nonsense that people will come out, like Bert and Ernie are clearly gay, and so they would use that as like fundraising for the moral majority or whatever. Look at what you're teaching kids, or be, the time that, God forbid, the Cookie Monster tried to eat healthy. Remember that?
Yeah.
They were like, the Cookie Monster's eating celery. What?
He's not the celery monster.
He's not the carrot character, And they threw Elmo in there, and they had they have an autistic character now or something, or they had a character whose parent died.
Homeless characters.
Yeah, because you're talking to kids who have a lot of
Yeah.
different situations. They had Cammy, who was an HIV positive puppet. That made conservative heads explode because they couldn't get their heads around it. So
why do they lose their mind over stuff like that? I just can't.
Because the motto of the show.
Explain to my kids, like, why they're doing it for you. It's getting explained.
Yeah, you don't
in
put your
an
kid in
easy
front of
way.
the television because you want to have conversations with them.
That's why they're mad.
The motto of Sesame Street was stronger, smarter, and kinder. And there's no room for that in the Republican Party.
I thought that was a Kanye song.
Stronger, smarter, kinder.
Sesame Street. Yeah, I just remember because when we were kids. I mean, I'm almost as old as Sesame Street, and they had like Mr. Hooper and Gordon and Bob, all those like OG cast members. And then over the years, they would introduce some other people in, and people of different generations have their particular cast members. But even when they brought in somebody new, that person would be on that show for a long time. And there was a character on there who was on the show for like 30 years. Her name is Gina. She was this blonde girl. The actress' name is Allison Bartlett. And I would see her show up in other things. And I'd be like, this is making me feel really weird.
She just said a cuss.
Well, no, she would show up in like NYPD Blue or Law and Order, like little bits. But then she was in The Sopranos. Remember when Steve Buscemi was dating that girl for a little while? Steve Buscemi was Tony Soprano's cousin. He was Tony Blundetto, I think was his name. And this actress played his girlfriend on The Sopranos for a few episodes. So she's like showing boobie. And
That's what I'm saying. You're like,
I thought she was so hot on Sesame Street. And, but she's been on the show for like 30 years. Like she got there in the mid-'80s. And,
you know that you knew her from Sesame Street because you called it a boobie.
Well, I'd watch, I go, God, I know enough time had passed in between when I saw her where I go, how do I know this girl? Like, I can't place her.
What's her name
Gina's
again?
got her tatas out.
Allison Bartlett is the actress. And she's a legit actress. I feel like a lot of those other people did, their whole career was Sesame Street.
Right. Well, it is when you're used to seeing someone. It's like when people saw Bob Saget stand up for the first time. When they're used to seeing Danny Tanner, and then they're like, "What is the like?" I remember watching it late night. My boyfriend in high school had Comedy Central and HBO and all that kind of stuff. And Bob Saget came on, and I had only ever seen him from Full House. And it was like they were allowed. It must have been after midnight or something because it was like no edits, no nothing. And I was like, this cannot be the same person. Like, this dude is filthy dirty. And it was like jarring and upsetting that I was like, this isn't the guy.
And that was the equal reaction from people who knew Bob Saget before Full House and had that reaction at Full House.
When they're like, what is
They
this
go,
guy?
oh my God, Bob Saget is doing this family show? But
Yeah.
most people did not know him before Full House.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, she was real cute. But like the woman who played Maria on Sesame Street for like 40 years, I think she retired from Sesame Street, and now you'll see her pop up in things. So she must have been like, I think 40 years is long enough to hang out with puppets, and we'll do something else.
Right.
Have
you ever seen Will Arnett on Sesame Street where he was basically doing Job?
No.
It's so funny. I just sent it to you. It's not a great recording. It's just somebody recording their TV, but it's very funny of him to just go on there and basically do like really bad magic, and the Muppets are just like, hey, that didn't work. That's not good.
Magic.
I did. Who are you?
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Max,
Black
the magician.
A magician?
Now, who wants to see some real magic?
I love real magic.
Then prepare to be amazed.
He spins around and nothing happens.
He's got a bunch of scarves. And just waving them around.
This must be old.
Yeah.
As you can see, I hold in my hands these 2 scars. Count them with me. You too. 1, 2. And now, for my first trick, I
thought he was going to juggle. I want him to juggle. He's got the scarves there. All right, I got a break.
Just grab a hole and juggle. All those balls in the air. How hard can it be? So hard you're getting dizzy. Flip those balls in the air. Keep those balls in the air. Balls in the air.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our
on it, but it happens Wednesday, February the 2nd. So if you're an early Floyd fan, Nick Mason's Saucerful of Secrets should be a great show. So caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's just too bad.
The Alan Cox Show.
Something like this comes along and
It's never too late to ruin your day.
totally ruins it all.
100.7 WMMS.
It's good to be king, if just for a while. To be there in velvet, yeah, to give them a smile. It's good to get high and never come down. It's good to be king of your own little town. Yeah, the world would swing.
One of the most underrated Tom Petty songs in his entire catalog, I think. It's called It's Good to Be King. It was off Wildflowers, which just celebrate. Hard to believe Wildflowers is over 25 years old. I still think of that as, because I remember playing it, playing these songs on the radio, and it was a long time ago. I have no concept of time. So, Wildflowers, great album. My wife walked down the aisle to the title song when we got married. But this song didn't do much. They released it to radio. I remember playing it back in the day. But it's an amazing, amazing song. Great arrangement. The incomparable Steve Ferrone on the drums. Great song. They're doing a Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers exhibit over at the Rock Hall, by the way. That'll open in a week or so. The 19th. So next Friday, they open an exhibit called You Don't Know How It Feels that will celebrate the November anniversary of the Wildflowers album. When did that come out? November 1 of 1994. All right, well, there you go. So if you're a Tom Petty fan, and I don't know if you are, I am. I only got to see Tom Petty one time. It was a long time ago. It was him and the Black Crowes. And they're going to release a documentary called, it's the making of Wildflowers. That was kind of, after Wildflowers, Tom Petty kind of went and did a bunch of other different things musically. But I think Wildflowers might have been kind of the high watermark for that period of that band. So if you are a Tom Petty fan, you can go to the Rock Hall next week and dig into the Tom Petty exhibit. They're going to have Steve Ferrone's drum kit that he toured with. They're going to have a lot of Tom Petty wardrobe stuff. So there you go. They're going to do a fan weekend down there. Anyway, it's basically a whole lot of Tom Petty. You ever heard of Tom Petty, Poundcake?
Yes.
You know him from the Super Bowl halftime show with Prince, don't you?
He didn't do the Super Bowl halftime show with Prince.
You sure?
Yeah.
Where did he play with Prince? I thought it was a Super Bowl halftime show.
I thought he did his own Super Bowl halftime show.
Because Prince did Purple Rain. He did everything. I watched that halftime show. That halftime show was lit. Prince didn't perform with anybody.
They both did While My Guitar Gently Weeps, and I thought that was part of the Super Bowl halftime show that year.
2017.
Tom Petty? 2017?
That can't be right.
No, it's not right.
No, he's been dead longer now.
2008. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Brilliant halftime show medley.
Ew.
So they're going to do this art installation. They're going to be playing Tom Petty music on the rock boxes located throughout downtown Cleveland, end of the month. And the documentary is released tomorrow, I think. Then they'll do a film series at the Rock Hall. So, a lot of things Tom Petty, if you're into that. I got another $1,000 for you in a few minutes, by the way. So listen for the keyword to go fund yourself. You can leave us a message anytime you like, by the way, at the Alan Cox Show After Hours line, which is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, it's Matt. The other day, Mary was talking about her affinity for the Big Mac, and I do appreciate a Big Mac from time to time, but I need to get her take on the granddaddy of that kind of sandwich, which is the Big Boy. And there's only a couple places around here to still get it. Still, there's only a couple Big Boys in this area, but one's right down the street from the radio station down there in the valley. So what are Mary's thoughts on the Big Boy? And I would argue, too, that Big Boy has the more lovable mascot. You know, who doesn't love the Big Boy over creepy Ronald McDonald? Anyways, bye.
They have, God, I couldn't tell you the last time I ate at a Big Boy.
I've
Jesus.
never had a Big Boy.
There's one down the street from, like, my father-in-law's house. He's right. There's one right down here. You go past the movie theaters around the bend there.
Yeah.
There's a Bob's Big Boy. I don't even know if it's Bob's Big Boy anymore.
Bob's Big Boy, Frisch's Big Boy.
But what was their big... The burger wasn't their big sandwich. They had something called...
it was.
I thought it was a patty melt. They had like a Bob's patty melt that everybody creamed their jeans over. Brawny lad?
I've really only ever been there for breakfast. They had a breakfast buffet. My family was big on buffets because there were 7 of us. So it was like pay one price, eat as much food as you can. And there's actually a Big Boy right at on 130th and Brook Park. My sister lives right over there by 480, and we go to that one for breakfast all the time. But I don't know. I honestly don't know that I've ever had that sandwich at a Big Boy.
The Slim Jim is what I'm thinking of, which is ham and Swiss and tomato, and it's like a panini, I think, that they make. But
my dad,
Big Boy's Burgers, boy, I hadn't thought about a Big Boy in a long time.
I haven't had one forever, but I remember those being very good.
Yeah. My dad loved it there. He said they had the best coleslaw ever. And
he was a big boy.
He was a big boy. And then they have a special fry seasoning or like an all-over seasoning or something. It mostly tastes like paprika. I'm not sure what's in it. But he would always get the coleslaw and then like load it up with whatever that red seasoning is that sits on the table. So that's more of what I think of, like breakfast buffet and coleslaw with that red seasoning on
I got to start hanging out more fat people. Because fat people always have these killer food hacks that no one ever thinks of.
Yeah. Because how do you think they got that way? My dad used to say his big thing every time. I didn't get this big eating yogurt. So he would always
No, I get it. But I mean, you could eat like regular pre-made food as it exists and still get fat. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people don't even know what's in the food they eat. But it takes a special culinary curiosity to go, I wonder if this would be good with this.
Yeah.
And that's just really flavoring, too. Like, that's just spices. That's
I
not
didn't
like
grow up
it's
with
gonna
flavoring,
make
so
you-
that's what's...
Oh, we're all white.
Yeah, my parents, when my dad would cook, we'd have stuff. But my mom,
My mom didn't become a good cook until after we all moved out. Because then
She
she
wanna
actually
cook
had
for 10
time.
people.
Yeah. I mean,
she didn't
there's-
have to mass produce the food.
Yeah. Once it was just her and my dad, she's like, oh, I have time to make something good and
Sure.
nice and got all these spices. She like goes to different... She'll go to the West Side Market and spices or Penzies or whatever. Like she's always trying to find like the best spices now.
She's not cooking for a platoon anymore.
Yeah. And back in the day, it was like she'd make us steaks, but she'd like cook them so long. Like they'd just be these briquettes, and then we'd eat spaghetti like 4 nights a week. I feel like
so easy.
Let me give you this money here. It is $1,000 as promised for you. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword GREEN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's GREEN to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Thought I'd play one of Mary's and my favorite bands.
No. Death of
She's
the
like,
Lambs.
how
What is
come
it?
you never... What?
Death of the Lambs.
Death of the Lambs. This is Enemy Crucifixion.
Oh, how could I forget?
So good, man.
Shine the Throne.
Mary turned me on to him, and I'm so happy that she did. Now, the band is called Enemy Crucifixion, but they could just as easily be called Scrotal Necrosis, which is a great name for a death metal band, and I saw it pop up in an article I was reading this morning about a guy who got bit on his penis by a cobra while he was taking a dump. And these are always stories that are from other countries, you know?
That's why I'm team inside.
If you want to talk, this guy's on a toilet in his house.
Oh.
He was inside.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, then this is why I'm, team no snakes.
You're also on the ninth floor. Mm-hmm. Those would be some seriously acrobatic snakes coming up through them pipes. The doctors in the Netherlands had to look at this guy. He was on vacation in South Africa. This guy's 47 years old. And they said it was the first known case they had seen of scrotal necrosis, which is when and again, we've had these conversations recently, of venomous versus poisonous. A highly venomous cobra bit him on the testicles while he was taking a dump. And of course, the necrosis, it immediately started to eat away at his nuts.
Hot nuts.
Anybody want to try my necrotic
No one wants to buy his nuts now.
My necrotic nuts. No. So they had to look at him in the hospital. He waited 3 hours for a helicopter to fly him to the nearest trauma center. He said he felt a burning pain immediately spread from his genitals up into his abdomen and chest. When he got to the hospital, he had massively swollen genitalia, and they had already turned deep purple.
Cobra eats your balls.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Ian Gillan came in to sing for him. It was a whole thing.
So wait, do this again.
Smoke on the water, venom in my sack.
It was in the toilet?
Yeah, it came up. It surprised him from below, is how they put it. So they said that that deep purple. Boy, I'll tell you what. The band is probably the only time in which you want to hear the words "deep purple," because any other time it's a bruise or it's something swelling, or in this case, it is scrotal necrosis. They gave him 8 doses of antivenom and all kinds of other things because, of course, he had a fever.
Yeah.
And they had to. This is my favorite part. They had to excise a lot of his genital tissue.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Cut it off.
Chop it off.
Genital tissue.
It's dead.
It's
dead.
His pee-pee smaller now?
No, it's his nuts.
Yeah,
so.
it just says genital tissue. It might have spread into that.
I believe in the medical community it's called debridement, which is a great word too, but essentially it's when they cut away the affected tissue. Words you don't want associated with your nuts. They had to put him on dialysis because his kidneys were failing. Whole thing.
After just 3 hours.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I know that's a long time, but it's not like he didn't let it go for 2 days, you know?
They said he was very lucky that the venom didn't affect his brain, because that was the next thing.
It was working his way up. Chest and stomach, chest, neck.
I know. Anti-gravity. He also had to receive a skin graft on his penis. They expected him to make a full recovery. Now, would you ever go back to, because they always say people, they're like, some people, if they have an accident, or they're like, I'm never going to get in a helicopter again, or I'm never going to fly a plane again, or be on a plane.
I'm pooping in the tub.
Right. Poop in a bag. I don't care.
But this was he's from the Netherlands, but he was on vacation in South Africa.
Yeah, I'm not going back there.
No. You should, no, I barely want to go to Florida. People talk about snakes and alligators and stuff coming up through toilets. I don't know how true it is, but.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we just got an example here of a snake going up a toilet.
Not in Florida, though.
But they've got other, you're right, they've got other concerns, Crocs and whatever. This particular.
Gators, not Crocs.
Gators, not Crocs.
In Florida. Yeah.
Crocs are in Africa?
Yeah.
Is that the breakdown?
AA, American alligator.
Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
American alligator? Just to get my Henleys there. They did have photographs of the injury, which somebody described as a badly sewn Tim Burton puppet with a long stitch running straight up the middle.
On the top or the bottom? Probably the bottom, right?
I bet the bottom.
This makes me queasy.
Is one better than the other?
Well, on the bottom, you could kind of hide it.
Duck, anterior or posterior?
Right.
Which one is this going to be?
This makes me want to throw up.
On the bottom, you might, if you're with somebody, they might not realize for a while. If you're like, I'm just not really into foreplay. Let's just put the condom on. We'll just, I wonder if he can even have sex again.
I don't know.
They say he's going to make a full recovery.
Expect him to make a full recovery. But I'm telling you, if you are in a death metal band within the sound of my voice and you're racking your brain over a name, scrotal necrosis is the way to go. Make no mistake.
I have a question.
Hopefully I'll have an answer.
Aren't there snakes that just spit venom rather than bite venom?
Well, the venom is not in their teeth. They have like the venom, the part of their
Glands.
mouth that, the venomous glands or whatever.
and-
So whether they spit or bite you, they could still get it on you, I think. Right?
The teeth pierce the skin,
And
and
then
then the venom like
is-
goes into
it's
it.
like a lubricant.
Yeah.
But like, I just feel like my chances would be better. Like if you had to be bitten and like squirted with venom, I'll just take the venom because I don't want an open wound.
Well,
and then
there
it
are
gets into
those
my blood.
there are those spitting cobras.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah, to
That's
ward
what I'm
off
talking
attackers,
about.
they'll shoot venom, and but
because if that's in your toilet, you open up the lid and it's just like, and then I back up. Like I'm not gonna have my D already out when I open up the lid. You open up the lid first, then you take the D out. So,
I almost never check the toilet. And I've seen videos of people like lifting up the toilet seat and there's a huge spider under it and stuff. But like when you gotta go and you're like, you're doing that little dance and you're running and you just kind of,
I'm never that eager to pee in my own house. That's
am.
more in public restaurant. Why do you wait that long to go pee when you're at home?
I just wait until it's time.
But there's no point to wait if you're at your house.
It doesn't matter.
if you can wait.
Yeah. I don't feel like getting up right now. I'll wait until the show's over or something.
Alan, that cobra was just defending his turf. He saw a brown snake coming and went in for the kill. He had rot nuts, not hot nuts. There you go.
There was
Well done.
this video on TikTok, and it was like what snake venom does to blood. They had like a small little, almost like a shot glass of blood.
Crazy, yeah.
Yeah, and then they like
Coagulates.
extracted the snake from like made it bite this thing, and then it within like 10 minutes it clotted up the blood, and I was
It's
like
the
that's
cement mixer
insane.
shot.
Yeah,
With the Rose's lime juice and,
And
the
the Baileys.
Baileys. Yeah, just clots in your throat. Alan, Florida is the only place in the world where crocodiles and alligators live in the same environment.
Hey, there you go.
But I don't think they were native. I don't think crocodiles were native.
They're not
there. I think-
indigenous to Florida.
Yeah, I think they've.
How did they get
up there?
Most things in Florida aren't indigenous to Florida. They were brought there by other people over the course of centuries.
Parrot heads.
Yeah.
I was gonna say people just put them there. I mean, how long do you have to be somewhere before you're indigenous to that place?
20 minutes.
I mean, if you're American, 250 something years.
Amen.
Am I the only one? I've got to take a break here. I'm going to talk to Sebastian Maniscalco a little bit later on. I'll have more than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes with him. He's on the Nobody Does This tour. He's back. He's doing the Romo Fijo next month, the 9th of December. So I'll chat with him shortly. Another chance for you to grab $1,000 a little bit later on, too, 30 past every hour. And if you are listening on the iHeartRadio app, you will hear us there. You can hit us up otherwise via text 35192, and we'll be back.
of which are marked urgent.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to text. I'll see them. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. Cavaliers back at home tonight. Playing the Romo Fijo. The Washington Wizards are in town. That's a 7 o'clock tip-off tonight downtown. So 6:30, right after we get out of here, is when the pregame coverage will begin. If you want to get the full experience, that's when it starts. We'll have a keyword for you at 6:30 to go fund yourself, and then right into pregame. And then 7 o'clock tip-off. They will play the Pistons of Detroit tomorrow night downtown, and then 2 games against the Celtics here at home before they head back out on the road. Cavs shocking the NBA with a unique 3-big lineup was what I was reading.
Yeah.
You read that?
I mean, I've seen it.
Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, Lauri Markkanen.
Now, they always pronounce it as Lowry on the broadcast.
Well, he must be mispronouncing his own name.
No, not him, but like the announcers on all the broadcasts that I've listened to.
That's what I mean. They should ask
Lowry.
him. Yeah, they should ask him. Well, I think he is heir to the steak salt fortune.
We get it.
So tonight, 7 o'clock on WMMS, your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball, and on the iHeartRadio app. People are telling me, Dex on Twitter told me, what I was thinking of was the 2004 Rock Hall induction ceremony is where Tom Petty and Prince played together. George Harrison had been inducted, and so they were playing While My Guitar Gently Weeps. Tom Petty, Jeff Lynne of ELO, Steve Winwood, and Prince were all playing. I will say the last few, that used to be the hallmark of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremonies were those big jams, those all-star jams. And boy, I haven't seen one of those in a while. When I've been there in person. Because they go so long. That's what they need to get under control.
Yeah.
Is making
so
it
they get those jams.
Yeah, you were there. I mean, making it a manageable event where everybody's just not fried by the end of it and wants to get up and play. I mean, Paul McCartney did a song with Foo Fighters, but they were dead last. He was already up there.
Mm-hmm.
It was supposed to be, what did I say it was supposed to be? I told you what it was supposed to be because I had the production notes.
Oh, what was it?
It was supposed to be something else, and I don't remember what.
Nelly, Ride With Me?
No, not that. By the way, somebody texted me earlier, Poundcake, that the name of, I thought it was a perfect name for your concert.
I'm listening.
Poundemonium.
Hey! Poundemonium.
Say that again?
Poundemonium.
Okay.
What did I say the first time?
I don't know. That's
Like
why
you said Poundemonium.
That's why I think that's what geishas wear.
Poundemonium. I said it in cursive.
The new episode of the Poundcake podcast, by the way, is at AlanCoxShow.com, where it kind of talks about music festivals. Lil Poundcake, I swear to God, is the gift that keeps on giving. I was listening to a little bit of his podcast. It's called Music Fests or a Music Mess. And I'm not going to break his balls because I don't want to tread those boards one more time. But he wants to give people a raw and authentic, what we call raw authentic around these parts, a raw and authentic experience, which means there are portions of his show that he could easily edit out for ease of listening, for a more user-friendly experience, so that you don't think your earbuds went out or that there's dead air or whatever, right? It's not live, obviously. You don't have to worry about it. He can do it however he wants.
And this week he recorded it here at the studio, so he has really good equipment.
Is that what you were doing the other night?
Yeah.
I left.
Yesterday.
I got out of here like, was that yesterday?
Yeah, it was
No,
yesterday.
I thought it was the day before.
No, it was yesterday. I really hope that... go ahead, play it.
Well, there's a segment here where he's talking about all the people that are on the hook for potential lawsuits because of this Astro World debacle.
Lineup. So 21 Savage, Baby Kim, Bad Bunny, Bia, Chief Keef. I still can't believe he had Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's what's up. Okay.
Like you think your headphones went out if you
But
were
then
listening
you
to
hear
this.
the gulp.
You hear the gulp.
You hear the gulp and
That wasn't a gulp though.
There was a gulp.
It wasn't.
This is your
Or a
gulp.
swallow, at least.
Okay.
This is your gulpability, all right?
That sucks.
You hear him
Is that
scrolling the mouse.
I thought it was you.
No,
You
that's
hear
not-
him scrolling the mouse.
And I do feel bad for Travis because I think, everyone's blaming him. It's not all his fault, but a regular concert would suffice.
Now, a person can't be expected to know every word in the English language.
Oh, boy.
But you would think, Poundcake does refer to himself as a professional broadcaster,
Okay.
right? He's doing the broadcasting here. He's doing a bit more narrow casting on the Poundcake podcast, if you will.
He had to have read that, right?
Did you read that?
Just read it off of a paper.
Huh?
That a regular concert.
Do you know what just happened when I played that and we all had a hearty guffaw?
The suffice word or what?
Yes.
But what do you mean read it?
Were you reading that off of a paper, or is that how you pronounce that word? Like, did you read?
No, I didn't read it.
Why did you pronounce it that way? I am consistently fascinated by your desire to use words that you don't know what they are.
Can you play it again?
Of course.
Are you crying?
It's so funny.
Let me rewind it a bit here.
You have your own festival. Like one person can't possibly think of everything. You need.
Wait, hold on.
people.
I gotta rewind this here. And I want to make sure that I don't.
Oh man, I really enjoy.
Not
the
all
way
his
it works.
fault, but a regular concert would suffice.
A regular concert would suffice.
What's that word?
I thought it meant a regular concert would be just fine. That's what I thought it was. But
No, that is what it
You
means.
have the meaning
You
right.
have the meaning right.
So it's suffice? What? How am I pronouncing?
Suffice.
Ah,
Suffice.
Suffice.
That's why I asked if you were reading it. Like, if you read that in an article that said a regular concert
No.
would. Then if you saw it in print, you're like, oh, okay, menus
no.
to society.
I've seen it, but I wasn't reading it at that time. But suffice. Ah, okay.
You've heard suffice.
That's what I'm
before,
saying.
right?
Is where have you heard suffix?
But why
Never
would
heard
you use a word you had never heard? That means you read it.
You
Or
had to
saw-
have gotten it from
means
somewhere.
you saw it in something. That didn't just pop into your head. Because this is why it's so interesting to me. You know what it means, which means you looked it up at some point. You saw it in a book. I assume looked it up. So you're like, oh, I know what that means now. So some people use words, they don't know what they mean, don't know how to pronounce them, whatever, right? He knows what it means.
Which is why my first thought was he read that in an article.
Did you read? Be honest.
I'm being honest.
So how did that pop into your head?
I don't know. I don't necessarily think I looked it up or I read it somewhere, obviously, but I wasn't reading it at that time. So
Have you ever said it around other people?
Probably.
See, this is the other problem. Is he has, and it's not his fault. He has told us before, no one's ever corrected me. So he's spent a lot of his life surrounded by dummies.
So people who just don't care.
Or people that just like to make me look like the dummy. Because, again, I mispronounce a lot
But
of
why
shit.
would anybody want to make you look like a dummy? Why would a friend want to make you look like a dummy? A
'Cause they
friend
can laugh
would
to
go,
themselves.
yo, homie, it's suffice. Well, anyway, listen, you are the gift that keeps on giving. And that and more. You can hear mouse scrolling and gulping and suffice.
Can we hear the gulp again?
Oh, God. I don't even know where that is. Hold on.
The gulp and the suffice. Oh, why
The Live Nation is one of the promoters for this. So everyone's engulfed in lawsuits. You got
Make sure you're not. Are you cursing in any part of this?
Yes. All like my episodes are explicit, so I'd be careful. Live Nation's getting sued. Everybody getting sued, and this is a big lineup. So 21 Savage, Baby Kim, Bad Bunny, Bia, Chief Keef. I still can't believe he had Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's what's up.
And he's in here doing this. You know, when we move into the new studios downtown, because this company has poured so many resources into podcasting that we will have dedicated podcasting studios at the new digs downtown, which means that he'll be in one of those rooms with a full suite of resources.
Everything you could ever need.
Everything. There are people who want to do a podcast. They're in their house. They bought a little Mackie mixer, or they're using a Rodecaster. They bought a couple of cheapo microphones because what they've got to say is so compelling, it needs to be recorded and broadcast to other people. And these people, the giving of their time and their talent, and they're investing in digital workstations at their own expense for shows that no one listens to.
Yeah.
Here's Poundcake with a show that people do listen to because I tell them to listen to it.
Suffolk blows my mind.
Suffolk is the best.
I can't get over Suffolk.
The best.
And here's what I don't understand with Poundcake. I showed you how to make those little clips to share on your social media to promote your podcast. Have you made any of those at all?
I made one.
And how long ago was that?
A while ago, but I have to get more iCloud memory. But other than that, yes.
Because of?
I don't know.
You don't know why you don't have enough iCloud memory?
D-Pics.
Yeah, I remember.
Mm-hmm.
So that shows you where his priorities are.
Mm-hmm.
It's fault. But a regular concert would suffice.
So anyway, listen, I'm happy that people are enjoying it and having fun. And
a larger iCloud account would suffice.
Less D-Pics would suffice.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you have fewer pics on there? I mean, you know, you don't have a hard drive. You don't have like an external hard drive with like 10
hard drive, am I right?
Yeah!
Yay! The audience tonight.
With like 10 tonight, is that what you said?
Yeah.
With like a little coming attraction right there.
Do you guys listen to the show today? This one's gonna not make sense otherwise.
Oh man, you think this show will suffice? No way. You want more than that? Mm.
But I mainly wanted the memory is not that big of a deal. I literally just made that up. But I want video content, and I want.
But until you have video content, you can make those, and they do it for you. Like you sign up for that Headliner app, which you have signed up for.
Yeah.
And it says, "Hey, do you want to make a new clip this week?" And it will add subtitles, and it'll put your logo on there. And it basically just tells you, like, select the section, and you have a clip.
This is why so many people who have nothing to say can put it everywhere, because it's so easy. It's so easy.
Yep.
If it were more labor intensive, that would weed out some people who are just sticking around. And I don't have time to listen to the whole podcast to find out, because there's going to be something other than Suffice. For me, Suffice will suffice. I'm fine with that. Oh, I love it.
Now.
He's lying down. No, he wasn't in there, though. He was sitting up.
He was.
He was sitting up.
In his slight defense.
Oh, lay it on me. I'm ready. I'm happy.
I know anxiety and depression and things like that are things that he's worked with or like had in the past and probably still does have issues with. Now,
so you're going to make excuses for him.
I'm not making an excuse, but something that has come up in my therapy sessions is how I feel the same way, where I'm like, I need to be better about putting stand-up clips on the internet, but I get so worked up on it not being perfect or it not getting the likes that I want because it's so personal to me that it's like I've worked so hard at this that I want people to like it. It's very hard for me to put it out there. Whereas if you can kind of put the podcast out and blindly just go, so putting the clips up and yada yada. So that's something that I'm working on. And I'm like, maybe it's the same thing that you don't want to cut it up because you feel like, what if you don't get the likes that you're supposed to get or something?
You're giving him a lot of credit.
Well, I don't know, because I know he and I have a lot of the same issues in that regard, so I didn't know if maybe it's kind of a similar thing.
Is that an issue, Poundcake?
Your guys' complaints are my complaints. It was my complaints from when I first started the podcast. Like, I was afraid it wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
And
you're afraid it wouldn't suffice.
Well, things like that. Things that I'm afraid, things that I don't catch, like suffice. I'm afraid that I think something is good.
That your clip and
I
put
don't
it
want
on
that. No, I don't want that. Just like you promoted that picture yesterday. Well, you didn't necessarily promote it, but you took a video of it and you tagged me in it. And I was like, maybe I should put this on my Instagram just to have people see. But I was like, I don't want people seeing that stuff. I don't want people seeing
seeing what?
The picture. He had the video of me reading the card that dude sent me.
Oh God, that card, yeah.
And so now this is on a way lesser level, but I just. If I had a really good clip where I pronounced all my words correctly, all my gulps were in order,
Well, then find the clip that you like that's like a funny clip or a clip where you're making a good point.
But that's what I'm talking about. I don't know. I think I'm making a good point and I think I'm funny, and then I put it up there and they were like, oh, yeah.
Listen, my advice is the same as it has always been. Whether it's stand-up, whether it's video, whether it's audio, editing is your best friend. If you were to go through at the end of your podcast and go through, obviously editing is at your discretion, so you would have maybe different ideas of but at the very least, you might pull out some dead air, you might pull out whatever, and so then when you have your finished product, you could go anywhere in that podcast and grab a clip and it would be good.
But I feel like my dead air, I don't know, what was that, like 10 seconds?
It's too long.
That's an eternity.
It's long enough for someone to turn it off.
Imagine if somebody turned me on and and I was in the middle of 10 seconds of dead air.
Do you want to do it right now just to feel how
No,
we did?
I don't. Yesterday we went off the air.
And we all got a million text messages
Yes.
from people going, hey, where'd you go? Because you're not supposed to have dead air.
Right.
It's called dead.
Now, again, it is at your discretion. It is a podcast. You're not on the air. You're not having to worry about advertisers, things like that. It's absolutely at your discretion. I'm just saying that I still think those are good habits to have. Podcasters who just jumped into that space, they don't know anything about anything. They're learning it all on the fly. You come in with like legitimate knowledge of how things should sound and be edited and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But again, it's your thing. But yeah, if I hear suffice, I'm going to laugh. I'm going to break your balls.
I didn't say you not to laugh.
Well, no, I don't like, I honestly, I'm like beating a dead horse. I don't want to do it. I have to do it. I'm compelled to do it. The power of Christ compels me to do it.
This is when you believe in Jesus?
I have to concentrate to say suffice.
Yeah, no, I must have read it somewhere, or that's just what popped into my head. I don't know. I knew what it meant. I knew how to use it, I think.
You did.
You used it correctly.
Used it properly.
Absolutely. That's why I asked if you read it, if you were reading it.
That's what's so vexing.
But then why would I read it incorrectly? Like,
no, because if it was,
now we got to find out how he thinks it's spelled.
If it was written and you saw a headline that said a concert would suffice, and you're only reading the headline as you're saying it, I could see how that would be a concert would suffice.
Gotcha.
Oh, so you were...
That's why I asked if he was currently reading it.
In an article.
Yes.
Right. Kelly.
Yeah, Alan. Hate the show.
What's going on, Kelly?
So on this suffice thing, you guys talking about how nobody ever corrects Poundcake.
Well, who said? Oh, you mean people around him? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, his friends and stuff, whatever, they're saying things wrong. Do you think maybe they just don't do it anymore because he might take to heart and just get upset about it and feel like they're attacking him?
So what?
No, they didn't.
But he's a professional. He's not an accountant. He's a professional broadcaster.
Well, I mean,
you should know how to speak.
But this is true.
Words are the only currency we have in this business. And if you don't know them, don't use them. My point is, it's super easy to avoid. Super easy to avoid.
But he knew the
It's like a
word.
falcon.
He was coming to get me.
It's a drone that's going to pick you up for jumping jury duty. I don't. Thank you, Kelly. I got to move on here, but I take your point. But anyway, the brand new Poundcake podcast in its entirety is up for you at alancoxshow.com. It is about a half an hour long. And I'll just read the description here. Poundcake covers his roommate getting COVID and him having to stay at his mom's house, as well as his anticipation for his trip to Mexico. Learn why Poundcake thinks music fests are a bad idea as he goes over the Astro World debacle.
What a debacle, right? Not a tragedy, debacle.
I think I called it a debacle.
Oh,
It is.
did you? Yeah.
Well, a tragedy could be a debacle.
I feel like a tragedy
it's
is
fundamentally a debacle. Things
Yeah.
have gone wrong
I
if
feel
there's
like
a tragedy.
debacle's a little lighter of a word, but it's still.
Oh,
works.
yeah? Oh, all right. A murderous debacle.
Yeah, suffice to say, it's a very interesting episode.
Very interesting. And it's there for you. And he's vertical in this one. Mm-hmm. That's what threw him off. That's how I'm going to defend him. That's what threw him off. He wasn't used to being vertical.
So if he lays down, he says suffice.
Suffice.
Twice as nice.
So is now not I say divisive, but is divisive and divisive both right?
I think probably yes.
Well, both isn't.
I mean, I have heard people say both. I say divisive because the root word is divide. But I've heard people say divisive. I don't know if that's an English thing, a British thing, or I don't know. But I think that's not something that would get you knocked down. Suffice will get you knocked down.
Okay, good to
right? Okay, I got to take a break here. I'm going to talk to Sebastian Maniscalco shortly. I'll have more than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes with him. I always love talking to him. He's coming through. He's on an arena tour, the Nobody Does This tour. There are tickets on sale to see him at the Romo Fijo next month. So get online and look for that, and we'll chat with him shortly. I will have Cavs tickets for you after this break to see them play the Brooklyn Nets in a couple of weeks, and then another chance for you to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself coming up at 4:30.
It's the Alan.
want to see your Cleveland Cavaliers 7-4 as of tonight. They're going to have the Brooklyn Nets in town on Monday the 22nd, just a little over a week away. Downtown at the Romo Fijo. You can go to Cavs.com if you need any further details on any of the games, the schedule, and what's happening whenever. Cavs Nets on the 22nd. Tickets for caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
7 out of 10 listeners agree. On what? We have no idea. This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Orange, blue, red, yellow, blue, green, 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 red, blue, yellow. Got Sebastian Maniscalco on the phone in a few minutes. We gave away tickets for that show a couple of weeks ago. That Nobody Does This tour. He's back on the road. He's coming to the Romo Fijo on December the 9th. Cavaliers tonight playing the Wizards. They are at home for a few days. 7 o'clock tonight downtown. Boy, that Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse is beautiful. I hadn't been in there. The Rock Hall induction ceremony was the first time I'd been in since they redid it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because literally they were still working on it the last time I was there, which was Metallica, like February of 2019, I think. And I just hadn't been in there before. I never made it to any of like the, media tours and whatever as they were going through it. And so my first time in there since the entire redo was the Rock Hall inductions.
Well, it reopened
Looks great.
The beginning of 2019. Or not the beginning of the Cavs season for 2019. 2019-2020. So I went to a bunch of Cavs games, and I think it was Tool. No. Was it done for Tool?
It might have been.
I think it might have been done for Tool.
I didn't get to that Tool show.
Oh, okay, that's right. You did not get
No,
that.
last time I was there was, for Metallica.
Yeah, so I've been there a bunch of times, and it's awesome. They really did a great job. My date for the Rock Hall induction hadn't been there either, and it blew her mind. She's like, "This is the queue?"
Sure.
Like, no, this is Romo Fijo.
That's right. Yeah. I would love to get Sebastian to address the crowd. What's up, Romo Fijo, when he gets on stage?
And get the Romo Fijo chant going.
Oh. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from outside of Ohio or the far-flung reaches of Ohio, tell me where Josh and Candace listen all the way down in Marietta, Ohio. You know where Marietta is?
It's right on the border.
It's right on the Ohio River, right across from West Virginia. Drew listens in Carnegie, Pennsylvania. Kevin's in Ann Arbor, the AA. Steve listens in Thornton, Colorado. Marty is in Cedar Point, Illinois. Evan listens in Minneapolis. And Ryan is in Appleton, Wisconsin. Home of WAPL, the Rockin' Apple, who went head-to-head for many years against WMMS in the Rolling Stone radio station one of the contests, whatever it was. Right? Didn't MMS, like, they were accused of, like, ballot stuffing or something years ago or something? It was always a Rockin' Apple out there in Appleton that was up against WMMS back in the day. Did you see who People Magazine named as the sexiest man alive?
Was it me?
Jack Black?
I know.
It was Bill Squire was the guy.
So close. I was so close.
Did you see Poundcake who it was?
Yes.
Tell everybody who it is.
Paul Rudd.
Paul Rudd
I do
is
like
the
some Paul
sexiest
Rudd.
man alive for 2021. His wife's cute, by the way. I'd never seen her. He's been married for 18 years. Of course, your wife's going to kick you in the balls. He's like, I told my wife and she laughed. He's 52. Here is my only... But, when they do Sexiest Man Alive, you think George Clooney, Brad Pitt, Michael B. Jordan,
The Idris Elba was
Idris
like,
Elba.
yeah.
There you go. Those kinds of guys, right? Paul Rudd, nothing wrong with that. Here's the only thing I'll say, and people famously say he hasn't aged. Here's the only thing I'll say about Paul Rudd. And this drives me crazy in any person, and it's not their fault. It just drives me crazy. He has tiny teeth.
Does he?
Tiny
I've never
teeth
noticed.
drive me bananas. When your gums and your teeth are the same size, it looks like your teeth haven't fully come out yet. Tiny teeth.
No,
You know who has that too? And I just noticed it when he was hosting SNL is Jason Sudeikis. And it's not even like tiny teeth. He's got a tiny like ridge. Like there's a lot of space between his like cheeks and his teeth.
Oh man, Paul Rudd does have small teeth.
A lot of space between his cheeks and his teeth?
I don't know. He just looked like he
Maybe
had a
it's
small
like,
ridge.
like it's forward, like it's pinched
like it's
in.
narrow.
Like narrow.
It's a
that's
narrow.
the word.
It's a narrow jaw.
Man, I would have never noticed that about Paul Rudd until you said it. Now that's like all I'm going to be able
Well, I'm
to
not trying to
look at.
ruin him for anybody, but that's just a personal pet peeve of mine, and I noticed that about Paul Rudd.
The way that he smiles, though, you can't really tell. I wonder if he's self-conscious about it.
Well, because you'll see just as many photos of him smiling with his mouth closed as open. Like, I tend to smile with my mouth closed because I have a short tooth that makes me, I'm self-conscious about it. So I will usually, I'm not a smiler, so it's usually not on brand for me. But I will normally, if I'm in a situation where I'm expected to smile, it will be lips closed.
I've perfected the side smirk because I had shark teeth for so long that now every time I try to take a picture smiling because my teeth are straight, I don't know how to do it.
You don't know your angles.
I don't know my angles. I don't really know how to not look crazy. Like, I feel like I'm always like, like, because I want to show off my teeth. Like, look how straight they are. But then my mouth is open too wide or my eyes get squinty.
We had gone on vacation. This would have been 2018, maybe. We had gone on vacation for the rest of the year. We always take the last couple weeks off. And that year was when we had the new show photos taken, the ones that are still up there, right? Yeah. And so I got them when we were in Toronto. And so I'm sitting on the bed of the hotel, and they sent me a bunch, and they said, you've got to pick a couple of these so we can use them. So I'm going through the photos, and I was like, I can't use one with Mary smiling with her mouth open.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, she'll kill me. Because you were pretty snaggly then still.
Oh, dude, it's bad.
So I'm like, I got to find a picture where... Because there isn't going to be one in which I look great. So I'm like, I got to find one where everybody else looks good.
Yeah.
Right? Bill's kind of like me. He's not like a big smiler or anything. So I was more worried about you and Poundcake. And so the one that we use is one where you're kind of smirking.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, but helpfully, I was able to immediately discard about 50% of the photos.
Right.
I literally would just go through and go, mouth open or closed on Mary.
So
these are
bad.
These are possible because her mouth is closed.
Yeah. Well, I put in new trays today, and I only have 2 sets of trays left. I'm 32 out of 33, so I have 4 weeks left of Invisalign.
Oh, they give you the specific number of trays you need.
Every 6 weeks, you go to just do basically a checkup, make sure everything's moving right, and then you get 3 more sets of trays. So each tray you wear for 2 weeks. So I put in my second to last tray.
My stepmother-in-law just started it.
Dude,
she's like
fantastic.
Yeah, they were here for Halloween. My father-in-law, my stepmother-in-law were here, and I was talking to her, and she's like, I'll apologize in advance if I sound weird. I started Invisalign. I was like, yeah, good for you.
Does it hurt?
It hurts the first, so like I always put my trays
Super
in on
tight.
Wednesdays. Yeah, it's real tight, and then when you take them off, it's just sore. It feels like your teeth are sore for like today's not going to be bad, but tomorrow and the next day are going to be real bad, and then by Saturday it's fine.
I have never felt pain like getting spacers. Like there is no other pain in the world that feels like that. Like when I had to get braces, they have to space your teeth out where they're going to place the wire or whatever they put there, and like, there was nothing wrong with those teeth, so they have to physically separate them, and I can't.
Well, that's where I was like, my teeth were so bad that I'm sure I went back and there's an Invisalign highlight on my Instagram, and I was looking at the videos from the first day that I got my Invisalign on, and I'm like, oh my God, my teeth were so jacked up. Like they were just, and I always knew I had bad teeth, but then when I like looked at them today versus what it was, I was like, oh my God, nobody ever said anything? I think it's because I knew I was self-conscious.
We knew you knew.
Yeah, I definitely knew, but I'm saying nobody teased me about it.
Oh yeah, yeah. And
No.
That's yeah.
Well,
like it just didn't seem.
Yeah.
And maybe they did. You were drunk.
Oh, also that.
But by the time I got to 50 or even mid 40s, I was like, okay, I got what I got. Right?
Yeah.
My teeth are pretty good, but I have that short tooth. And so I finally went to my dentist and I go, can we just cap this or something to kind of even them out? And she goes, it's too small. So what we would have to do is pull it and then Invisalign to push the other ones together.
Yeah.
And I go, that's not worth $6,000 to me. Just
Hell no.
Because frankly, like the only reason I considered it is like we're doing video all the time and all this nonsense, right? Nothing I ever had to consider before, 10, 5, 6 years ago. So I was like, no, I'm not.
Well, when Cody said about it being painful, if my teeth weren't so messed up, I would probably not have done it, if that makes sense. Like my teeth,
Yeah, sure.
I need, because it's not super comfortable, and it's taken a year and a half.
It's a pain in the ass when you're eating, and it's a whole,
My friend that I follow on Instagram, so I guess he's not really my friend. I just follow him on Instagram. But I know him.
One of your digital acquaintances.
My friend Barack Obama.
No, I know him, but we're more friends through social media than anything.
Rihanna said hi to him in the street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he just got back from Turkey, and when I tell you that he has like Mr. Potato teeth, or not Mr. Potato, Toy Story teeth, the little walking teeth that are like walking around.
The chatter teeth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It literally looks like, I'm like, wow. Because they're real white, real perfect. They almost look like fake teeth. And
They
I know
never
never
stop
stop
moving. Okay, let me give you some money here, and then I want to talk to Sebastian. It's a chance for you to grab yourself $1,000. You have plenty of chance. I think end of next week is the last week, but you'll have plenty of chances between now and then. So listen closely, and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword PAY to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's PAY to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes. With somebody on the phone.
I knew I wasn't going to get Sebastian on Zoom, and that's totally fine. So Sebastian Maniscalco is back in Cleveland in just a few weeks. He's on the Nobody Does This tour, playing huge venues, and comes through to play the Romo Fijo on the 9th of December. You there?
What's going on?
How are you, Sonny boy? You're on fire.
Wow, thanks, man. Just coming into the studio.
How was Halloween?
Halloween, I wasn't even here, man. I was doing a movie in Alabama, so I missed Halloween, which was gut-wrenching because I got a 4 and 2-year-old, and they had to go solo without Daddy, but all good. So, yeah.
Halloween's past, though. I've seen things that you've posted, and I think you're similar to me in that Halloween is something, it's high on the list of things you would never do if you didn't have kids.
I agree. I was never a Halloween guy, even when I was a kid. And now with kids, I'm like, my God, this is great. They're having a ball. I'm running around. Of course, my wife's got to dress us up as a theme. Every Halloween, we're something as a family. So yeah, you have kids, and all of a sudden, there's a lot of things you're doing that you're like, man, I never thought I would be doing this.
And you have to buy into it 100%.
Right? I mean, some of these people, the way they behave, these 51-year-old grown man, so excited to be dressing as Dracula. I'm like, my God.
I think it's insulting to actual vampires. These people don't get to pick and choose when they're living for eternity. They're dressed like that every day with the medallion and the cape. And here, like you said, some guy comes along, he's picking and choosing when he gets to look like that.
Yeah, you're right. It could be offensive to the characters that these people are dressing up as, but I will never miss a Halloween ever again. It's just too big of a holiday for the kids.
I thought of you, actually, speaking of Halloween, and we're both from Catholic Chicago families, and a photo of mine that I hope never resurfaces is when I was Mr. T from the A-Team, and I was wearing brown shoe polish on my face. I will get canceled immediately if that picture ever resurfaces. But I also know that we've talked about this before. We were both altar boys.
Oh, yeah.
And I found an old altar boy photo, and I was like, holy cow.
I don't know about you, but I used to love working the funeral. Did you ever used to do that?
That's when you knew you were top tier. You were the upper echelon of altar boy because you were doing weddings, you're doing funerals, you're making tips.
Yeah, man. I was like, I used to leave school at a lunch hour. I used to be at the junior high right across the street from the church. I used to run over during my lunch hour, knock out a funeral, and then come back to biology.
Right, with a pocket stuffed full of 20s.
Yeah, it was great. I don't know, something about walking down the aisle with the priest holding his little incense.
Yeah,
I found really rewarding.
So you're coming back to Cleveland. It's been a long time since you've been in this room, but I always like catching up with you. You're on this massive tour. that comes to Cleveland December the 9th, the Nobody Does This tour. I saw you're doing a bunch of dates in Vegas again.
Yeah, so we just announced a little residency over there and at the Wynn Hotel, which I'm a huge fan of Steve Wynn and his hotels. And I remember when that thing was going up and it opened in 2005, I remember telling myself, man, it would be really nice to work that hotel. And here we are in 2021, 22, doing a residency there. So yeah, doing that. Cleveland, always love coming there. You know, Nick over at Hilarities.
Yeah.
Been really good to me over the years. And I remember working Hilarities and looking at that arena going, that's where LeBron James plays, and now I'm doing it for the first time. So it's been great, man. It's been a really great ride, and I'm looking forward to coming to Cleveland.
They completely renovated the place, too, so you're going to be in there, man, when this thing is just shining. I was just there for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductions, and
nice.
It looks unbelievable. It looks fantastic. You're going to have such a good time over there.
Oh, great. That's great to hear.
And, you know, you're doing 1,000 other things, too. I saw that you're in the... People were giving Chris Pratt a hard time for that Mario movie, but you're in the Mario movie.
Yeah, I'm in the Mario. I play Spike the boss, and it's funny, you know, I was on Bert Kreischer's podcast, and I had said just you know, he goes, "What are you doing after this?" I go, "I'm going to do some voiceover. I'm in this Mario Brothers movie," and like the press picked up on that. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to say anything.
Oh, they got pissed off?
Yeah, there was like a leak. We found out who's playing Spike. I'm like, I had no idea this was a big secret. I mean, I remember I used to do podcasts, whatever, used to say stuff. Nobody paid attention.
Well,
I say a little thing on a podcast, and all of a sudden, I'm getting calls from my agent. Did you say that you were playing Spike? I go, yeah, I didn't know. You know, this was government secret.
Right,
so,
yeah. Hey, you want me to blow your mind, by the way? Did you ever see that, remember the Super Mario Brothers movie in the 80s with Leguizamo?
I never saw it, but I do remember it coming out.
The guy that played Spike in the 80s version was this actor who was in a ton of movies. I forget his name, but you'd know his face. But he had a band in San Francisco called, ready? The Altar Boys.
Oh, come on.
Yes. It's come full circle for you.
How do you even know that?
Because my head is full of ridiculous, stupid movie and pop culture crap.
Oh God!
So you got big shoes to fill, pal. You got big shoes to fill.
Yeah, man. That's a lot of pressure. I had no idea I was filling the shoes of the lead singer of the Altar Boys.
I don't even know if he was the lead singer. He could have been the bass player for all I know. I don't know where he was in the musical hierarchy, but I just know that he was in that band. Oh, by the way, is De Niro gonna play your dad?
Yeah, we just wrapped
Dude.
Last Tuesday. A movie I co-wrote, loosely based on my life, basically a father-son love story, and he's playing my father. Now, De Niro's so wrapped up in the role that he called my dad and he wanted him to come to set because my dad's a beautician in this movie. De Niro's a beautician, and wanted my dad to teach him how to do like highlights and blowouts.
Yeah.
So my dad's on set as like a consultant to De Niro, and I'm watching this going, I can't believe this. Of course, my dad, being Sicilian and from Chicago, is like, how much am I getting paid for this? I go, Dad, you're helping De Niro with the role. He's like, yeah, but isn't there compensation? My dad's looking for like a union.
Union wage. He's a working man. He wants to be compensated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was great. It comes out next year. Really funny movie. Again, loosely based on my life, and can't believe De Niro's playing my father.
What, did you just slip him a treatment when you were shooting The Irishman, or how did that happen?
No, that's what people think. But he came to a show, a Radio City Music Hall, shortly after The Irishman, and wrote the movie. We passed it along to him. He loved it. He thought it was great, and he signed on. And I got Kim Cattrall playing my mother-in-law, Leslie Bibb playing my fiance.
Nice.
And we got some really, really good people in it. So hopefully people love it.
Well, listen. Sebastian Maniscalco is coming back to Cleveland on the Nobody Does This tour. It's happening the 9th of next month downtown. We call it the Romo Fijo. They call it the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. I think that's clunky. So the Romo Fijo is where you'll be able to see him. Also, Season 2 of Well Done with Sebastian Maniscalco, which is very entertaining, premieres next Tuesday if you have Discovery Plus. I know you have no time to waste on things like this, so I always appreciate talking to you, pal.
No, man, this is great. I really do appreciate you having me back on the show. We have a long history together, and enjoy the holidays with your family, and we'll see you in Cleveland.
You too, man. Take care.
Be good.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes with somebody on the phone.
live Mary's dad's palate. Bob's Big Boy Coleslaw is the best ever. Wow, look at that. Well, like you said, he didn't get that big eating yogurt. He knew it.
That's my fondest memory.
Your dad eating coleslaw. Oh,
Coleslaw
Dad.
with a little seasoning salt on it.
Everybody's passing along their grandma's secret recipes. Your dad probably had some.
No.
Oh, he didn't?
He did not cook.
Well, no, but I mean,
Anything
like,
ever.
something as simple as putting
Oh,
spice
yeah.
on coleslaw. Right?
Sure, little life hacks.
He didn't cook at all.
No.
Really?
Never. Not a day in his life.
He was grab and go.
Grab and go. Well, or like my stepmom would cook or my mom cooked or whatever. His mom was Italian, you know what I mean? Like, so he was always cooked for.
I see.
Yeah. Or they ate out a lot too, so.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Oh, gross. I went with it at first. I didn't think. Sick.
Wait, hold on. I might have one for...
I will eat an entire box.
Yeah! All right, Bear. I've plowed through a family box.
Technically.
If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do that, because I always like to know where the bureau chiefs are. I heard from Nate, who is a Nashville bureau chief. And he's in a band. He goes, I was playing a gig yesterday, and it was pretty slow, so I'm watching the news, which was on behind the bar. And the news story in Nashville was that out of all of the arrests that occur in the city of Nashville, Ohioans are more frequently arrested as opposed to any visitors from any other state.
I will stay out of Nashville then.
Yeah, right?
Maybe you guys can shed some light on this. I don't know.
We don't know how to act.
Yeah.
We just don't.
Well, and it's like
drank.
Bachelorette Party Central.
Yeah.
That's like the top destination for bachelorette parties in the country is Nashville.
Yeah, it is now.
So
Nashville's the new Austin.
I could see and it's not that far of a drive from Ohio. People going down there for parties and getting hammered and.
Didn't Erica go for some party, Poundcake? Did you go with her? Didn't she have some big party in Nashville?
She did.
Like her bachelorette party or something was in?
It was a birthday party, but no, that was... I didn't go with her because I couldn't afford it.
Oh.
Well, I mean...
Sorry, buddy.
A lot of her trips, she hung out with a lot of rich friends, and at that time, I think I was just doing this show and nothing else, and I didn't have it. So... Chris Tyler went, though.
He went to Nashville to her birthday party?
Yeah, it was a big, weekend getaway.
Okay. Well, yeah, okay, there you go.
I've never been. I'm going in February of next year.
I should go. I have a bunch of friends. Like, we have family who lives there. I have a bunch of friends that moved there over the past 5 years. It's like the new Denver. Like, everybody's moving to Nashville, and I've never been.
It cracked me up because Mary was telling me stories about how she said, I just wanted to have a night out and go to karaoke. She's like, you would not believe the politics it takes to get up there and do karaoke. Like, people sitting there, shut up, bitch, wait your turn. Like, people are in the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, everybody wants to be discovered as the next big Nashville star.
Yeah, they're doing, their octaves or their
trills.
Their scales in the bathroom. Like,
that would suck.
I couldn't even imagine.
That would suck the fun out of everything. At least now, when you go down to the flats, if you're over there at Howl at the Moon, is that still there?
No,
not
not
that
even
one,
close.
but it's.
Anywho.
I think you're thinking Margaritaville.
No, they got the piano bar though.
Yeah, I thought that was Howl at the Moon.
That was Howl at the Moon, but then they had the one that we did on our bar crawl.
Yeah, I
once.
thought that was still Howl at the Moon.
No, it was like
Pianos to Pianos or
Big Bang.
Big
yeah,
Bang.
Bang, yeah.
What's it called?
I think it's called Big Bang or something like
Big
that.
Bang,
Bang,
okay.
Piano bar.
Something like that.
I think that's still there.
Okay.
It's drooling.
I haven't been to the flats in a minute, so. Yeah, but they got Margaritaville now.
Hey, I'm going to be in the flats tonight, and so is Mary.
Hey, you are?
Yeah, not the good part.
At the Odeon.
Oh, on the other side of the
Yeah.
flats.
Well,
Can you take a water taxi for an after party?
It's on the same side as the fixed up part of the flats, but the Odeon is a historical building, so they like to keep things a little different.
Yes.
Odeon's
How
on the
it
East
was.
Bank?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like up the hill a little bit. It's
Yeah.
not where all the
I
other
was thinking it was
stuff
on the
is.
other side.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
You're thinking of the aquarium.
No. Isn't that where the old Improv was?
Yes.
Yes, the Improv is still there.
Yeah.
I love when the Improv was in the powerhouse. Is what they
Well, that's
called
what
it.
I'm thinking. That's
Yeah.
where it was when I first moved here.
Yeah.
It was in that powerhouse.
There's the Improv, and then there was Howl at the Moon just around the corner. We'd go there after shows sometimes and hang out. Remember Steve Byrne making out with the chick on the steps there?
What?
It was like when he was a single guy, and
Yeah.
Dalton was featuring, and Steve Byrne was headlining, and I'm just I'm trying to find him because Dalton just got the light. So I was like, oh, hey, Steve, it's Dalton.
Oh, this is mid-show.
This is
he's
mid-show.
He's waiting to go up.
And he's just sitting on the steps just macking on a chick. And I was just like, yeah, buddy.
Yeah. He's like, say it again. I'm the headliner.
Ew.
I'm the headliner. That guy in Texas, we were talking about rolling coal last week, right? Remember rolling coal?
You don't have balls unless you're rolling coal, man.
That's right, rolling coal. When you're a little lacking down in the shorts, you roll some coal and you pick up. And there's that kid in Houston who ran over all those cyclists.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was getting all bent out of shape because the cops just let him go, which I assume means white. Cops got there, let him go home without any citations. His parents came and picked him up. And, of course, I've said this before. The two groups you don't ever want to get on the wrong side of in any community, pit bull owners and cyclists, because they will go to the mat, boy. And that's what the cycling community did in Houston. And now that kid is facing a bunch of felony charges. I don't think he killed anybody, but he crashed into I think he was just trying to get close to them. You know, you got to get close if you're going to roll that coal. And he crashed into this group of cyclists. The kid's 16. And so they filed a bunch of felony charges against him. And he hurt a bunch of them. I don't think he killed anybody, but he hurt a bunch of them. Serious injuries among these people. And the kid got out of the truck immediately and asked if he was going to jail. And one of the cyclists said, well, you should go to jail because there's a bunch of us on the ground now and hurt. So he wasn't arrested at the scene, but then the cops were like, oh, there were people who had to put up such a big stink. The cops were like, all right, I guess we'll go get him.
Fine.
Right? I guess he was trying to show the balls that he had out there.
You don't have balls unless you're rolling coal, man.
That's unless you're rolling coal. Man. Yeah. Pop-Tart, we talked about Fry vodka yesterday.
Curly Fry vodka.
Arby's curly and or crinkle-cut Fry vodka that they're dropping just in time for Halloween. Or, I'm sorry, Thanksgiving. Just in time for Thanksgiving.
There we go.
And now, Pop-Tarts is releasing butter that you can put on your Pop-Tarts.
Have you ever put butter on a Pop-Tart? It's so frickin' good. Yeah, have you ever put butter on a Pop-Tart? If you haven't, then I think you should. Pop-Tart with butter.
I've heard of this. Pop-Tarts unveils new Pop-Tarts and Butter Kit.
Is that a problem?
Huh?
I'm pretty sure most
heard of
people,
this.
most people that have Pop-Tarts also have butter.
Well,
so now
these are flavored butters that you can pair with your Pop-Tarts.
Oh, flavored butters.
Yes.
Now we're getting real fancy.
We are a very health-conscious nation, if nothing else. The Pop-Tarts and Butter Kit includes 3 iconic Pop-Tarts flavors. What do you think the most iconic?
Strawberry.
Yeah, frosted
brown
strawberry.
sugar cinnamon.
Yeah, brown sugar cinnamon. What's the third one?
Wild berry.
S'mores?
Whatever the black or the blue and...
Blue is wild berry.
Okay. Then
chocolate fudge.
Chocolate fudge?
Hey, don't kill the messenger.
Come on.
So they've made their own. Made their own butters to go with Pop-Tarts. Honey habanero, cinnamon, cardamom, and ginger, balsamic fig and caramelized onion. Balsamic fig, sea salt, strawberry, and chocolate. So there you go. So you'll have to buy these kits online through a company called Banner Butter, and they'll be $25 a piece.
Jeez. Does Texas Roadhouse sell their butter?
It's just cinnamon butter.
Just throw cinnamon on it.
You could put cinnamon and sugar and butter and whip it up, and you'd get the same thing.
That's good stuff.
That is good stuff.
Have you ever had that, Alan? Of course not. You don't eat butter.
He doesn't eat butter.
I don't eat butter. That's
Not
right.
a butter guy.
I've never put butter on a Pop-Tart before.
Me either. I've never done that.
That's white people stuff.
I normally eat Pop-Tarts raw.
I don't think of that as white people stuff.
There's just certain things I'm just like, that has to be
That
a white
sounds like
person.
It's fat people
That's
stuff.
fat people stuff.
Yeah, it's not a race thing.
That sounds like something from the South. Like that's
Butter on everything.
yeah.
I used to be like, my mom used to call me weird because I wouldn't even toast my Pop-Tart. I'm like, no,
Same.
right out of the package. She's like,
Eat it
you're
raw.
She's like, you're supposed to toast it. She's like, would you not toast a toaster strudel? I'm like, I don't even like toaster strudels.
And those are frozen. Pop-Tarts aren't frozen.
No,
Yeah,
they're
toaster
not.
strudel, you gotta toast it.
I've never had a cooked Pop-Tart.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've only ever had one raw.
They are pretty. I mean,
Raw?
if you have the time,
Just cold.
go ahead and cook yourself a little Pop-Tart.
I mean,
Give yourself a treat.
I could count on one hand the Pop-Tarts I've had, but I've never had one cooked.
I had a phase in high school. It was probably my senior year where every day for a couple months for breakfast, I would have a Red Bull and cinnamon sugar, brown sugar.
Wow.
Yeah, brown sugar cinnamon Pop-Tarts.
Breakfast.
Every single day. It's all I wanted. I didn't want anything else. No eggs, no nothing. I wanted brown sugar cinnamon
This
Pop-Tarts
is in college?
and a Red Bull. No, this is in high school.
Oh.
'Cause
So
our
you
little-
hadn't been out drinking the night before and
No,
needed to wake up.
not at
High
all.
school.
Yeah.
High school. That's just
Wow.
what I wanted for breakfast. That's
I
how
mean-
I'd start my day.
I ate Pop-Tarts right out of the package so much I didn't even realize like they were supposed to be toasted. My mom, she was like, "Why do you think they call them a Pop-Tart?" And I'm like, "Oh." She's like, "Yeah, you put them in the toaster and they pop up." I'm like,
Or you can put them in the
"Oh."
microwave for 5 seconds or 3 seconds. The Regan bit about Pop-Tarts. I think, here's my hot take today. Brian Regan's bit about Pop-Tarts is better than the Jim Gaffigan. I think, does Jim Gaffigan have a Pop-Tart?
Seinfeld has a
Hot Pocket
Pop-Tart.
bit.
Yeah. Hot Pocket, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Hot Pocket.
I'm looking at the Pop-Tarts box, and I noticed they have directions on there. They have 2 full sets of directions. They have toaster directions, which I'm not making this up. The toaster directions are longer than one step. I don't know how it's possible that the directions are longer than one. You think it would be step 1, toast the Pop-Tarts? But they've managed to break it up into smaller increments. These are the actual toaster steps. I want to be in the room watching somebody who has to consult these steps. Okay, number 1, remove pastry from pouch. Okay. I see where they're going with this.
Mm-hmm. Well, people have to be told, right? That's why the back of Windex says, "Do not spray in eyes."
Speaking of Brian Regan, go ahead.
Vertically. These people are reading Pop-Tart directions, and you're going to throw the vertical concept at them?
Today, 3 years ago today, I fell off Brian Regan's tour bus.
Oh.
Came up on my Facebook memories.
Oh, good for you.
I got into a conversation with somebody about Brian Regan, and I mentioned that you cried
At him
At
for
him.
hours.
Yeah.
Probably 2 hours.
God, who was I I forget who that was, but that's like the most recent Brian Regan story I've heard.
Yeah.
Is you crying at him.
Yeah, I was playing a club in Rochester, Minnesota. These are my heavy drinking days. This is right before I quit drinking, so I was like going hard to the mat. He was playing a theater, and then he's known to come hang out at comedy clubs after he plays theaters because he just loves comedy. He loves comedians. So he came by, and we were going hard. I had already had like 3 glasses of wine by the time they got there, and then we switched to shots of tequila. And I don't know how many shots we had, but I would say probably 15.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got back on the tour bus, and we're doing more shots. And then the tour bus took us to another bar, and I just full on missed the last step of the tour bus. I was so drunk. I like put a leg out. It looked like a cartoon. I like put a leg out, and it's like my leg swung and my face just hit the ground in one solid motion.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Still went into the second bar and kept drinking, but that was the day.
Might as well. I
The
mean, what else are you going to
fateful day.
do? Might as well. 3 years ago.
3 years ago today.
Wow. November 10th, 2018.
2018.
Oh, boy, look at that.
Honestly, one of the events that led to me quitting drinking, because I met literally my favorite comedian of all time, and I don't remember 90% of the night.
Yeah, that would suck.
Mm-hmm. And I embarrassed myself. I fell and cried at him. You're my favorite. You got me through my parents' divorce.
Wow. So that happened to you on the anniversary of the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Wow.
The sinking of the Edmund
Fitzmerrill.
Fitzmerrill. There you go.
And it also happened on the 243rd birthday of the Marine Corps.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And it also happened on the 49th birthday of Sesame Street.
So many things.
So many things.
Big day.
Now, if we were to rank them, where would the wreck of the Edmare Fitzgerald fall in these other things?
Fitzmerrill.
The Edmund Fitzmerrill.
Oh, well, I it's a tragedy
Yep, it's a debacle.
It's a debacle.
Yeah.
No one was harmed, though. Were lives lost on the Edmund Fitzgerald?
Probably, yeah. I assume that's why he wrote a song about it.
Only dignity was
If it was
lost.
just a boat that went down, it wouldn't be a very compelling song. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say probably second to the other thing.
To the other thing. I wonder if people died on the Edmund Fitzgerald. Does it say? Crew 29. I mean, I imagine that he... Oh, the entire crew died.
Oh,
yeah, okay,
wow.
there you go. And no bodies were ever recovered.
Ooh.
It's right out there in Lake Superior, which is a very, very deep lake.
But why is he saying Gitchagumi?
That's
Is
what
that
the
an
Indians called it.
Oh, the Indians called it Gitchagumi.
The indigenous people called it Gitchagumi, yeah. When they found the wreck, it was discovered that the ship had broken in two. It still sits on the bottom of Lake Superior. Wow. At 530 feet deep.
Jeez.
Do people still go down there and like look at it?
Yeah, can you dive?
I don't know about that.
But yeah, they could
I'm
send
sure
like
you
a submarine.
could if you want to,
How
but
far down can a human dive?
I'd say a few.
like without
feet.
equipment.
No, with equipment. But
you
it
can
gets
go
to a
pretty
point
far with
where
You can
you're,
go pretty far with equipment.
Your like
but,
chest will
but you also have
get
to
crushed.
it's got to be pressurized, and then you have when you come up, you have to depressurize so that you don't get the bends.
Bends. They hand you a copy of a Radiohead album.
60
And they
feet.
say, this will save
That's
you.
it.
That's it.
So you could dive
That's nothing.
and find...
No, I mean that's without equipment.
Without scuba gear.
Yeah.
You're right. Ooh.
Because if you go, I mean, they've gone down to the Titanic. I'm pretty sure that's more than 60 feet.
No, I didn't know they.
It's still got the thing sticking up out of the water. What is that? It's a Titanic.
Try to steer around it.
Yeah.
I didn't know they had scuba people. I thought they said like drones or submarines.
130 feet. It's scuba.
That's still not that far though.
Twice as far.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like you need the specialized equipment.
I don't think your body can go that deeper than that.
But I'm saying you have to be in like a special.
You have to be in a tank or a submarine.
And then probably not a tank.
Tank still afloat?
Yeah, submarine.
I mean, they
yeah.
will under certain conditions, but God,
a
there's
submarine or a suit that is built like the old timey one where it's like all metal.
You got the
and
little
have to-
circle.
Yeah, the circle.
You just
on.
open it.
And they're pumping the air down there from the up on the boat. Yeah.
I don't know when boat sinking movies kind of fell out of fashion. Like when I was a kid, because you had the Poseidon Adventure, which is kind of Titanic-ish, but it turns upside down. When I was a kid, there was a movie called Raise the Titanic, which I recall being a terrible movie. But it was like the Russians and the Americans teamed up to get the Titanic out of the water. I don't know why. There was like treasure. They were like, when that boat sank, all the rich people that were on it, their treasures sank with them. And so they were trying to like get the Titanic up.
Gems and gold.
Yeah, and rubles and rubies and baubles, whatever those words are. That'll suffice. And you never hear about the Bermuda Triangle anymore either. When I was a kid, you would have thought people were getting sucked into the Bermuda Triangle left and right, and you never hear about the Bermuda Triangle
It
anymore.
was a legit concern.
It
Yes.
was.
Like I remember my
Planes are
parents
disappearing.
flying somewhere, and as a kid, like thinking, I hope they don't fly through the Bermuda Triangle because
They'll never
then
come
they're
back.
gone, and I'll never see my parents again, and we won't know what happened to them.
Right.
When I was on Maui a couple years ago, there was this area in the city's called Kihei, and it's a small area of bars that are all kind of connected and they call it the Bermuda Triangle because you can. I'm serious because you can just walk from one bar to the next, and I laughed so hard I was like, "Why?" And they're like, "Because people get lost in there, man. Like you go into this area of bars and you do not come out.
Yeah.
Like you're not the same person when you
never found alive again.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I know Michael Douglas has a house in Bermuda, so when I think Bermuda Triangle, Bill, that's probably how Catherine Zeta-Jones shaves down there. Am I right? Am I right? Am I...
Oh, because it's shaped like a triangle. Yeah, I get it.
Anywho, I've got to take a break. If you like the band Star Set from Columbus, OH, they are back on the road and playing the House of Blues on December the 18th. So I'll hand off a couple of tickets for you after this break. And then 5:30, we got the Poundcake Sports Break on the way when we return. And another chance for you to grab $1,000. That keyword to go fund yourself is coming up at 5:30. good things on the road with him. The show hits Cleveland on Saturday, December the 18th at the House of Blues downtown. Go to livenation.com if you need any further details. Strike out on tickets, whatever. But be caller 10 and you won't strike out. So good luck. 2 for Starset and company. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
Pop quiz. How much crap can 270 minutes hold?
It might be crap, but we love it.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Push it. Push it.
We'll get to the Poundcake sports break here in a few minutes. I was reading about Salt and Peppa said that they had to contend with police when this song first dropped, and they were singing it live.
Push it.
I guess this was back when, if you were really getting crazy. By the way, has anybody seen what Peppa looks like? She really had a lot of work done, boy. Sandy Denton, though, is Peppa from Salt and Peppa. And she said that cops used to tell them, if you say anything bad, we're going to pull you off stage. It's like Lenny Bruce stuff in the 60s, you know?
Same stuff that NWA went through, too.
Yeah. Because people thought that Push It was them using the P word for female genitalia.
Oh, my gosh.
We were saying push it, and they thought we were saying P word real good. So the police are waiting for us. We had to show them the lyrics. We're saying push it.
Oh, goodness.
That's what you get if you're not paying attention.
You bring up Lenny Bruce. I just started watching Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. I know I'm very, very late to that game. But she gets arrested, spoiler alert, in the first couple, twice in the first season she gets arrested. And one of the things, like the charges against her is like a woman using profanity.
Yeah, blue laws.
Yeah, she like literally, just for being a woman and cursing in public, they took her in. I was like, that's insane.
For people who don't think we've come that far, you don't know history very well, yeah.
1958 or something like that. Not that long ago.
Yeah. Yeah, some of people who are familiar with, like, there was Dustin Hoffman was in the movie Lenny, and but if you've ever read Ladies and Gentlemen, Lenny Bruce, there's a lot of that, getting pulled off stage and arrested in Milwaukee for obscenity, and, you know. So those were the guys, whether you liked their style of humor or not, as far as public speaking goes and being able to say certain things in public, those guys were real trailblazers.
And that's a situation where they were violating the freedom of speech because it was the government intervening. It
That's
wasn't
right.
a venue saying, hey, we're going to arrest you.
Or
it
Twitter.
Was police. Yes.
Yeah.
Arresting people.
That's right. And of course, John Mulaney has a great bit on Salt and Peppa.
The best intro, by the way, I ever saw of an SNL host with the musical guest was Sir Patrick Stewart, okay? Sir Patrick Stewart was introducing the musical guest, and this is how he did it. He went, ladies and gentlemen, Salt and Peppa! Like he was surprised by Peppa. Like minutes before, they'd been like, we can't find Peppa anywhere. And he was like, if we must go on with Salt alone, we will go on with Salt alone. And they're like, 3, 2, 1. And Peppa bursts through the door and he's like, ladies and gentlemen, Salt. And what's this? Peppa!
You know that Twitter feed you turned me on to, hosts announcing the musical guest on SNL? Yesterday's was Patrick Stewart announcing Salt and Peppa.
Hey.
And Peppa. I try to get my, it's interesting how things can really take a different turn, because my daughter, I heard all this, she was watching some show, and I heard like all this language that I didn't think would be like on a kid's show. It was a Nickelodeon or something. I go, what are you watching? And she goes, it's Salt and Peppa Pig.
Push it, Daddy Pig.
And I said, hold on, Mommy Pig. Yeah, Salt and Peppa ended with a single phone call.
I get this phone call from Salt, and then I'm like, hey, girl, what's going on? What's up? And she just...
So you'd call each other Salt and Peppa, too. You wouldn't be like, hey, Cheryl, Sandra, what's up? Be weird. You call each other Salt and Peppa.
Right out just said, you know what, Pep? I don't want to be joint at your hips anymore. I'm out the group. I'm gone. I don't want to do this anymore.
Oh, my
and
gosh.
I
what
was
did that
like,
feel like?
I was shocked because she sounds serious.
Yeah.
And from that day, she was serious. And I was devastated.
I
you
can
know,
imagine.
there were gigs, there were things that would come up, and I would go, I'll do it. And they go, no, we'd rather have both of you. Sorry, Pep.
You know, meanwhile, the whole time, Spinderella's back there like, hey, I'm in here too. Nobody talks about me. I'm arguably the best one in this thing.
You know, Wendy Williams was supposed to have that position. They asked her to.
Spinderella?
Yeah, they did her radio show back in the day, like early before she was even on like Hot 97. Like I think she was in like Kiss somewhere, and Salt and Pepper were on the rise. And I think is it Splenderella or Spinderella?
Spinderella,
Like Cinderella.
Yeah, she either left the group or they hadn't found her yet, or they some type of falling out. And they asked Wendy would she want to do it, and she was like, she's like, do you know how hard it was to sell my mom on the whole radio thing? She's like, if I left the radio thing that I went to college for and then joined some rap group,
right.
I would die. So she was like, no, I didn't look back. I didn't regret my decision. But she was like,
Wendy Williams went to college for radio?
Yeah, she went to Northwestern. I think.
She did not.
Where
I guarantee
Ellen
you.
went.
She went to Northeastern.
Northeastern, because she went to college in Boston.
Okay.
Northeastern. I always get the two confused because I thought you went to the same.
Those are very different schools.
Yeah, Northeastern.
Well, who knew? I mean, if you wanted to get into broadcasting in Boston, why didn't you go to Emerson? That's a rhetorical question. I know you have no answer
Maybe
for
she
that.
didn't get in. Maybe she applied. That one wasn't me. Maybe
That
she
was
applied.
me. It's gurgling over
Gurgling
here. Yeah.
But
All right.
She's richer than she would be as Spinderella. So.
Yeah, I guess so. Williams attended Northeastern University in Boston with the intent of becoming a television news anchor. Okay.
She says she ain't
They
like
have
it.
campuses in Charlotte and Seattle. Yeah, she said that she switched from television to radio because she could advance her career faster.
She wanted to do coke.
Well, you know you can do coke in any business. Yeah,
she said,
you can do cocaine in any business.
The way she described it is, she was like, I don't want to go on TV and have to look credible. Like she was like, I want to be falling out of the club and having fun. You can't do that when you're a newscaster. You got to be like credible and, you know, wear your loafers and your little nice dress. She's like, that's not me.
Crazy thing, too, is that Wendy Williams was an intern for a guy named Matt Siegel, who, you know, our old boss, Chris Tyler, is from Providence, Rhode Island, but he runs a group of stations. He moved here from Boston, I think, but he's from Boston, something like that. He's from Boston.
He's from Boston. He was working in
Providence
Rhode
when he
Island.
came here.
And then he came here.
Well, anyway, he runs a group of stations for this company in Boston, and one of them is the KISS FM station in Boston. And that Matt Siegel guy is still doing the morning show there 40 years later.
Matty in the morning?
He's the guy that got in trouble a while ago because he was like misgendering Demi Lovato or something.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the guy's been there so friggin' long. The guy's like 80. I don't know I mean, that's a testament to your abilities when you're that old and you're doing a morning show at a top 40 station and people still love you. Yeah. But Wendy Williams is one of his interns 100 years ago.
It's cool.
Let me give you some money here, and then you want to do the sports break first?
It's up to you. Your show.
Yeah, let's do the sports break first. You ready? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
In the headlines today, sports commentator Kenny Smith has a solution to basketball star Zion Williamson's weight problem. Smith says just to eat less. Easier said than done, my friend. I guess someone doesn't know how it feels to have their mother leave King Hawaiian rolls on their nightstand. Zion has been open about his weight problems while playing on the court. The only thing he's been ducking lately is donuts, but that's not right for Kenny to scold him like that. If Zion wants to be the Lizzo of the NBA, that's his prerogative. You better work, girl. Also, a viral video has been making the rounds of former President Donald Trump accidentally, wink wink, nailing a kid in the head with a baseball at Game 4 of the World Series. What was supposed to be a kind gesture, signing a ball for a kid, turned into a hilarious accident when his pitching skills went MIA like Steve Bannon after being subpoenaed. I didn't really look into the welfare of the kid that got hit because I really don't care, do you? Lastly, Darren Waller was teammate to disgraced Raiders player Henry Ruggs. I imagine the Raiders administration is sending all the players out to do damage control, and Wilder was wilding at the podium when he said Ruggs wasn't just the fastest person on the field, he was also someone everyone liked. Well, he was also the fastest person on the road that night, and it didn't work out too well for him, did it? I hope all the inmates enjoy being around Ruggs as much as his fellow inmates did. I hope all the inmates enjoy being around Ruggs as much as his fellow teammates did. His nickname will soon be Henry Rugburn. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
Do you think they have carpet in jail cells?
Probably not jail cell, but they got other. He can work in the library. You know, they give you a job.
Oh, in the library, yeah, sure.
He's like,
I banged in the stacks a lot in my college job.
Stack these shelves, bitch.
Wow. In the library, no less. I do like the Lizzo of the NBA, though.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good
It's
reference.
a good visual.
Yep. Yeah, Zion's packing on the pounds, isn't he?
Oh, he's big.
Oh, boy.
He's looking
Did
real
we have
thick.
him for a minute?
No.
That name sounds familiar. Zion something?
Zion Williams. And he was just a big deal coming out of college. And
Pelicans were in last place,
Yeah.
so they got him first.
yeah, they got him. And, it was the Knicks were they were really awful, too. So they were like, oh, man, we might get Zion. And now it looks like they're better off without him because he's gotten real thick.
What he just is he depressed or something, or he just doesn't work out? Like
New Orleans got good food.
I thought they had to do conditioning X amount of week, days a week and stuff.
He had an injury, and I think he put on some weight because of that. But it's also, you gotta have a work ethic that even if they say you have to meet these requirements, if they're not doing the work, they can get bigger.
Yeah.
And he's always been a big guy, but not
tubby.
Yeah, not tubby like he is now.
We'll get Terry the Goat's picks tomorrow for week 10, right? Week 10 starts tomorrow. So we'll get Terry the Goat's week 10 NFL picks. By the way, a lot of people were telling me, because I didn't know, Damon Arnett, the dude that got cut from the Raiders, was like a first-round pick out of Ohio State.
Oh, really?
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I never heard of the guy
never
until
heard of
his
the
gun
guy.
thing. So somebody will pick you up. I mean, the Henry Ruggs thing, you're done. It's Damon Arnett. Somebody will pick him up if he's any good. They're like, oh, he
made a mistake.
Did a gun video on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000 as promised. A chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword BILLS to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's BILLS to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Hello.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, who's this?
Bill. This is your Wilhelmina.
Oh, hey, Wilhelmina. It's been a while, so I didn't recognize your voice.
That's right. I was just checking in to see how you were doing, Bill.
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm okay. How you doing?
I'm excited for the holiday season. Are you excited for the holidays coming up?
I'm so excited for the holidays coming up. Which ones?
Well, Thanksgiving's a couple weeks away.
Oh, that's right.
Do you like Thanksgiving?
I love Thanksgiving, yes. I make a bunch of my favorite recipes.
Please tell me what they are.
I make creamed broccoli.
Mmm.
I make creamed turkey.
Why do you cream the turkey?
It's a good-looking turkey.
So wait, do you roast the turkey, then pick it apart, and then cream it?
Well, first I boil it.
Okay. So you boil a turkey.
It's an old Prefontaine family I think that's my last name.
Yes.
It's an old Prefontaine family recipe, Bill. First we take you need a huge pot first, right?
Of course.
You need a big stock pot. They call it a stock pot. And then you put a turkey in it, and then you boil it. And then you take it out, you dry it off with a towel, and then you put a bunch of seasoning on it, and then it's perfectly seasoned, and then you slice it up, and then you cream it.
And what's the process of creaming it?
Oh, that is a... 34, Bill. That is an old family recipe that I won't divulge.
I mean, can you just give me an idea?
What's that?
Do you use like thick whipping cream or?
No, I don't. That sounds gross. No, I don't use that. No. No, it's lots of Pop-Tart butter, Bill. Are you familiar with Pop-Tart butter?
I am.
That's a lot of that.
No, that sounds great.
Yes.
Are you worried about turkey prices being real high? Because they said that this is going to be the most expensive Thanksgiving ever.
Oh. Oh, no, Bill. I knew I shouldn't have waited. I knew I shouldn't have waited so long to get my turkey. I'm gonna have to go right out and get a turkey, Bill. I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, it's been all over the news. They're really got everybody worried about the turkey shortages and turkey prices.
Oh, no, a turkey shortage.
Yeah.
That sounds awful.
Or just them being quite expensive. But I think there's places you can probably find one.
Okay, good.
That,
Well, I'll have to get out there and look then. I hadn't heard about that. I heard you talking about Squid Game. And I thought I was the only one who knew about that. I didn't know what you were talking. I was so surprised.
we were talking about the TV show Squid Game.
Oh, I didn't know there was a TV show called Squid Game.
What Squid Game were you talking about?
Well, it's something I've done for a long time. When I'm taking a bath to relax, I will fill the tub with hot water and lots of pieces of calamari. And then when I get out, I count how many pieces are still left in the tub.
What happens to the other pieces?
You don't want to know, Bill. That's my little Squid Game. You know, that's what I thought you were talking about.
That's not. I've never heard that version of the Squid Game.
Well, now you have. A little holiday treat for everyone.
Now, are you eating the squid?
No.
It's just disappearing into...
It's just disappearing, Bill.
Oh.
That's right. So,
That doesn't sound hygienic.
well, I'm still getting my nutrients. If that's what you're worried about, Bill.
That's not what I was...
All right. Do you have big holiday plans?
I think I'm just going to go to my parents for Thanksgiving, and then
That sounds nice.
it should be a good time.
All
My
right.
brother's coming into town, see some of my nephews. Be a good time.
Did you say Butter is coming into town?
My brother.
Oh, your brother.
My
Oh,
brother
that sounds
is
much
coming
nicer
to town.
than
Yeah.
Butter.
Yeah, he lives in Michigan. He's coming down.
All right. I've never been to Michigan.
Ever?
Is it close?
It's not that far. It's
All
only
right.
if you drive, it's about 3 hours.
Which direction?
Northwest.
Oh, all right. No, I've never left Ohio.
Ever?
No.
Wow.
No, I've never left my house. I'm kidding, pal. Of course I left my house. I'm
Hey,
very tired, though. I'm so tired.
You gotta get the turkeys. Why are you so tired?
I've been an hour early for every appointment since this past weekend, and I don't know what's happening.
Oh, you weren't
But I
aware.
feel like I have my wits' end.
Well, they changed the clocks.
Who?
It's called daylight savings time.
What?
Yeah, you turn your clock back an hour.
No, I didn't know. My clock's on my phone.
Well, it should have done it automatically.
No, it didn't. I have an old phone. I have an old flip phone, Bill.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a little bit early to some appointments, though,
Well,
right?
I'm an hour early for everything. I'm very
What
tired.
appointments did you have this week?
I had a doctor's appointment
For what?
after my latest Squid Game. And then I had to buy some stamps
Oh, okay.
because I'm going to send out holiday cards.
Oh, that's nice.
I sent a Thanksgiving card to Pancake. Did he get it?
It wasn't man's handwriting, wasn't it?
I hope he got it.
Yeah, he did get it.
All right. And then, I'm tired of being late for everything. Early, I mean. Okay. Listen, I feel a little sleepy right now, Bill, so
Did you have turkey today? Cream turkey?
I did.
Maybe it's the tryptophan in the turkey that's making you sleepy.
Well, I don't know what that. I didn't stuff anything in it. If that's what you mean.
Well, it just naturally has a chemical that makes you sleepy. They say. I think it's actually been debunked.
Oh, I don't have chemical turkeys. I don't know what that is.
Okay.
But I'll check the wrapper.
So you did have turkey today, though.
Of course I had turkey. Turkey every day,
Of course you did.
Bill.
Oh, you eat turkey every day?
That's probably why I'm so tired now that you mention it.
Yeah, maybe.
Yes, I have turkey every day.
How much turkey do you eat a day?
Oh, I go through a couple a day.
You eat a couple turkeys a day.
I like turkey.
That you love turkey. That might be too much turkey.
I don't think there's such a thing.
I think we've zeroed in on it. I think it's yeah.
But I trust you, Bill, so I'll
Maybe
take
cut. I don't want you to go cold turkey and stop eating turkey altogether.
See what you did, Bill. That was funny. Listen, I gotta go, Bill.
You have the best laugh.
Good night now. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. What a great laugh.
I've got to take a break. If you'd like to get a text in for anything, 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. And you can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
If the government can barely fund itself,
Funding the government as we
Cavaliers play tonight at home after a few games away. Washington Wizards are in town. They're 7-3. Cavs are 7-4. You know what they say any given Wednesday. So 7 o'clock tonight is your tip-off. 6:30, minutes after we get out of here, is when that pregame coverage will begin. We'll split, then we'll have the last chance for you today to go fund yourself and grab $1,000, and then right into Cavs pregame tonight. Alan, don't forget, in the middle of all that other stuff, today's Warren G's birthday. Oh, all right. Warren G's 51 today. I think my wife worked on a Warren G documentary many years ago with Snoop and Nate Dogg. Alan, don't let Mary forget that the CMA Awards are tonight.
Oh,
you going to watch the CMA Awards tonight?
No, I'll probably watch highlights on YouTube, to be honest
come
with
on. You're not going to sit at home with a little thing of popcorn and
No.
enjoy? You're not?
Those award shows are like 5 hours long.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God for YouTube, because then they just put up like the clips, and it's so much easier to just get it done in a minute, you know?
At least at the Rock Hall inductions, you know, you're seeing like rock and rollers. This thing, it's like 5 hours of bumpkins.
Yes.
All
my
night
favorite.
long.
You know what I was thinking about today, where I was like thinking about, you know, if you were to move and where a comedy should blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you know what? I might move to Nashville. If I had to move, I think that would be a good pick, because it's got a budding comedy scene. I love country music.
You want to see
pretty down there.
You want to be where the comedy scene is budding.
Well, it's great. A lot of like big comics are moving to Nashville or have moved to Nashville.
Steve Burns living?
Steve Burns there. Nate Bargatze's there.
I understand, but that's like when pros start to move in, like you and Steve Byrne and Bargatze. That's when it's no longer budding.
Well, it's not New York or LA.
Mhm.
I meant budding in that sense.
I see what you mean.
That it's not the two meccas or whatever, but it is definitely a great scene.
I don't
But
think
yeah,
there can be two meccas.
there are.
I think
No,
Mecca
don't
gets
you?
really upset about that.
The definition of mecca is two.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. All right.
I thought it was Mecca and Mech B.
Yeah, mecca.
All right. Well, that is on tonight. Luke Bryan is the host.
Luke Bryan.
Is that the guy we met in Arizona?
Yes.
You were there with us.
I wasn't there.
Luke Bryan.
That was a year before I
That
went.
was 2 years before you went.
2 years before I went?
We went the first year.
No, because you bought me a beer.
That
at the end
wasn't
of
the same year.
That was.
Believe me, I would have gotten a picture with Luke Bryan if.
Oh, I thought that was the exact same year.
Because the first year it was the year.
It was you and Erica.
It was me, you, and Erica, and.
But I wasn't there. You guys were there.
Yeah, me and Erica were there, so you didn't get to meet Luke Bryan. But I think Glenn still came to.
Because he's got a bar down there.
Yeah, he's
Well,
hey man, I'm Luke Bryan. What's up?
He was. It wasn't his bar. It was like Toby Keith's Bar and Grilled or whatever.
Toby Keith's I Love This Bar and Grill.
Something like that. It might not even been that one, but I think it's still there. It was a fun bar to go to though, and they were having some sort of concert for the players and stuff, and they're like, "Come on out." So me and Erica went out, and he had just finished performing, and I went up on stage and got a picture with him. I'm like, "Do you want to do a shot?" And he's like, "Nope." And I was like, "Okay, I'll do two." And I had just started drinking again because I took like 9 months off of drinking.
Oh, you
but
were
then my
hammer
marriage,
pants.
I think, yeah.
He was what?
I said hammer pants.
Oh.
But it was a fun night. But yeah, that was when because I stopped drinking for like 9 months and then started drinking again on that trip. And that's where I told Alan that I was getting divorced.
Oh.
Right,
we were
yeah.
driving back. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's probably our most like sentimental, not sentimental. What am I talking?
Our most intimate moments.
Yeah.
In that car in Arizona.
Yep.
We have like a dragonfly
It's
in
a
here.
ladybug.
Yeah. It is?
Yeah.
Oh. I didn't know ladybug, is it?
Yes, it is. I
It's a
poked it
ladybug.
earlier.
Never
was
seen
sitting
it. It was
on
like
the
crawling
desk.
around over here. Yeah.
Why do you step on it?
Oh!
I don't want bugs in here.
He's a living, loving. He has a wife.
Loving, is the lady. I have never had an insect in here, and I'm not going to start now. Poundcake, get in here and kill that ladybug.
That's going to bite Mary, and then she's going to have to.
I'm all covered up.
She's going to get that scrotal necrosis.
No, I need my
your scrot's
scrotal.
done for.
I need
Oh,
my
lady bits.
scrotal.
Oh.
Hey, speaking of scrotums,
Yes.
I had condom sex yesterday. Not.
Do you not usually do that?
No.
Why?
because I'm on birth control.
takes that
And
birth
I've been
control
on
for a
birth
reason.
control. Yeah, I take it
But-
every single
Yeah, but when
day.
my wife was on birth control, I still used,
No, we're
So
not
did you have
double
sex
up.
with someone different? Why'd
No.
you wear a condom?
I've been taking antibiotics, and antibiotics cancel out birth control. So you have to be super
Oh.
careful.
What?
If you're,
Really? That's a
yes.
thing?
Yes, that's how a lot of people get pregnant on birth control.
Yeah.
Is they won't know that the two drugs interact. They'll take their antibiotics,
Shut
and then
up.
It's
your
a vicious
birth control-
cycle because they're on antibiotics for the last time they had condomless sex.
Yeah.
right.
And then they go, be careful, because now that you've learned your lesson a little too late, you got to wait.
Yeah.
Men get everything so easy. So wait, does that make men sperm infertile then?
No, it's the pills, the medicines interact with one another.
Men's sperm infertiles is what he wants to know. It sounds like he's speaking Latin.
Yeah, I am
Not a
still,
fan.
Still not a fan.
But that wasn't the first time you'd ever done that.
No, but it's the first time I've done it with my boyfriend.
Oh, and still not a fan.
Yeah, we started out the gate not using
I wanna
condoms
be
because
sure you know how to use a condom, rubber, a raincoat, a boner bucket, party hat, squirt skirt, love sock.
So right from the jump, you guys raw dog.
Because-
Just getting in there, you were
Yes.
like, I'm fine, I'm on the pill. Nobody's ever had a kid from the pill.
well, that's what I'm saying is that he had. I probably shouldn't put his business out there. He knew for a fact he was clean. I had just had like my annual, so I knew for a fact I was clean. And I was like, hey,
I thought you didn't let him do annuals.
no, with my doctor. I had an annual with my doctor.
Oh, annual sex. Oh, I am much less excited about that.
But I have to be I'm on the medication for 10 days, and then they say for a week after that, just be careful because it takes a while for your birth control to kick back
Yeah, it's
in.
like right after you have a vasectomy. You can't go and raw
Right.
dog and then, yeah.
So I went to CVS and I'm looking. I have not bought condoms in probably 4 years, and I'm just like standing there and I'm looking and I'm like, I don't even. They all do different things. I just want.
They
condoms.
don't. They just stop sperm from getting into a woman.
Right. So I felt like a teenager. Like I wasn't embarrassed, but I felt like very uncomfortable.
There's
like
a lot
I
more
didn't-
variety than there used to be.
Yeah, there was like
Yeah.
40 different types, and I was like, I don't know. I grabbed the one that said her pleasure. I was like, that seems like
Yeah,
I would
that's
like
for
that.
me.
Selfish.
Yeah,
These say ribbit for her pleasure. These must be frog shaped or something.
it's made from frog skin.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was
That'll
so funny.
suffice.
It'll suffice. I can't even do it. Suffice.
That'll do, pig.
We so it was funny because we got done and we both were kind of like, I mean, yeah, because we were like, oh, we just won't have sex. We can wait 2 weeks. It's not that big of a deal. And
It's-
then yesterday I
listen,
was like, I'm going to get condoms.
It's also, and I hate to be Captain Fun.
Get the cape.
It's not that different.
It's
really
pretty
not.
different.
It's a mental thing.
It's
not
pretty
that.
different.
Condoms are so goddamn thin. It's not that different.
It is noticeably different.
On the receiving end, you mean?
Yeah, for me at least. I can't speak for what it feels like for guys.
Well, guys swear that it's night and day. It is not.
I am in the category that it is. That it's.
I'm not saying it's. I'm not saying that they don't feel. I'm not saying that you can't tell the difference, but it's negligible.
I'm having no.
No.
If somebody were to say you can have sex but only with condoms, you'd go, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll
'cause
still
it's-
do
it's
that.
still great.
But
Yeah.
I was in a committed relationship. We were not using condoms or it,
Mm-hmm.
and it was very nice. And now I'm hooking up, wearing condoms. It's still very nice, but it is
different.
I'm not saying you can't tell the difference.
And
I'm saying it's negligible.
I would not describe
It's
it as
not negligible.
And both of us were kind of like, okay, we'll do this for the next 2 weeks, but I'm very, very happy not having to do this.
because you're actually getting moisture on
Yeah,
it. Like
seriously.
it's a completely different sensation.
Unless you're filling it with lube, the condom.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, there are so many condoms now. Listen, for a while, you could make the case that it was like putting a party balloon on you. You're
Right.
like, I can't. I mean, some of them they make so that you don't feel anything, so that guys don't pop
Last
right
longer,
away.
yeah.
Yeah, whatever. But by and large, boy, I'm in camp negligible.
It made me feel like it's the first time I was nervous having sex again because I am so adamantly against getting pregnant that I was like, get the condom, get the spermicidal lube. Like, get all of
That's
it
why
to
I'm
make
surprised
sure.
you were raw dogging it at all.
Well, because I've been on birth control for so long.
I know, but like Gwen didn't want to have any kids either when we were both still single and dating. But literally for the first 3 months we were going out, she was on the pill, I was wrapping it up, and I was pulling out.
Jeez.
Neither one of us were like, we don't want any issues whatsoever
Right.
at
Yeah.
all. It was overkill, but we weren't gonna slip one past the goalie.
I'm also a person who is so against that. Not even against getting pregnant. I don't want to sound like I look at pregnant women. I'm like, oh, how dare you? Like
Mary hates fecundity in all of its various forms.
Right. I'm like I track my cycle, so I know my days when I'm supposed to start. Being on the pill helps that. I know my ovulation days, like
Your basal temperature.
my basal temperature rises. Yes.
Yep.
Yes, Cody.
Or your oregano temperature.
My question for you is, say the scenario that you put in your head that you just talked about happened. You're on your antidepressants and you're
Antibiotics.
on your
The Lexapro
Freudian
is
slip for him.
different.
Yeah.
I can't control my horny level.
antibiotics, and then you're on your Lexapro. Or, I'm
Birth
sorry,
control.
birth control. I'm getting them confused.
It's a lot of pills.
Yeah, a lot of pills, yeah. And that you didn't know that, and it just happened that you got pregnant. Would you consider abortion? Like, or would you like, I
don't
did
know.
this to myself?
I don't know what I would do. And I honestly, I'm absolutely 100% pro-choice. I think that every woman should have the right to assess that situation for herself.
But it's like
Mary doesn't want to publicly say that she would create Back to the Future DeLorean fire tracks on the way to the Planned Parenthood.
No, I mean, that's a really huge decision. That's not something... I can't even say what I would do because I've never been in that situation. So I don't even know how I would feel. I have no idea. But that's why we take precautions.
That's right.
Condoms, spermicidal lube, birth control, tracking ovulation. Like, that's all of it.
That's right.
But yeah, I did want to report to you because I know you're a pro condom guy, and I was like,
I hate condoms.
Not a
man.
fan.
That's,
Not a
I think
fan.
that's the reason why
I've just
hate
never
sex.
minded him. It puts me in a good space mentally to know that that's taken care of. I don't have to rely on, I'm on the pill, because you get a lot of that. You're like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, you know?
Yeah.
Just shove
I'm
it
not
on in.
I believe in science.
Throw it in. If you have to throw it in, I don't want it.
Well, what's the Phil Hanley joke about when a girl says, I don't have to wear one?
That's when you wear
That's
one.
great, because now I know I have to wear one. You know, I'm screwing up his joke, but well, congratulations. Listen, a lot of people. A lot of people will say, you know, like they suck and blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
I'm in that
I've just
camp.
never minded them.
Well, I
never
look-
minded them.
I bought
Again,
the box.
I'll have sex with a condom on. Like
Yeah.
it's not so bad that I won't be, but it's just not the same.
Well, I was in the camp of we're just not going to have sex. If we have to use a condom, we can wait 2 weeks, was where I was. And then got a little worked up yesterday, and I was like, I'm going to go to CVS. And
all that queso.
all that queso. But the box of 12 expires in like 4 years or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he looked at it, he was like, we're never going to use all these. It just made me laugh. I was like, we have 4 years.
That's why they make them to last forever, because they're like, it might take you a long time to.
Right.
Yeah, I was the condom guy because one, I never used them. Like I used them, but after a while I was like, I'm not getting any pleasure from this, so like I just do mouth stuff. Like sex is boring to me now, so I'm like, okay, if you need a condom, come to my room.
When you have sex with a girl, are you gonna wear a condom?
Yeah, because I don't know how that feels. I know how a man feels.
It feels.
Well, you're also not trying to like have a kid with somebody on a lark.
Do they have international child support? 'Cause
Yes.
I'm going as Carlos Pelosa.
International child support. International love.
Yeah, they don't know me. Like I'm just some rando. I'm gonna lie about my name. I'm gonna lie about where I'm from. They're like, his name is Carlos and he's from Illinois. And they're gonna find
They'll
some
never
guy,
find you.
some guy that looks like me. Yeah, how are they gonna know? You gotta have DNA of both parents to do a DNA test. You ain't got both parents. I'm on the run.
Alan, all this talk is going to ruin my no nut November. Boy,
Talking about condoms?
God bless. Well, yeah, because it's getting them all horny.
I guess.
All it takes is a little bit of.
I don't get the no nut November.
Well, because
thing.
it's Testicular Cancer Awareness Month.
Yeah, but one of the
is to clean the pipes.
Cleaning the pipes
Yeah.
is a good thing for that, and as well as it's good for your prostate too.
It should be overdue masturbation month. Do it
regular nut.
more than you normally would.
Hot nut.
Right. But God bless people that are doing it, because I'm like,
Why?
Why?
I go like 4
B,
days and I'm gonna lose my mind.
Whatever. Yeah. I mean, I guess if you're raising money, but what a weird thing to raise money on. And, hey, how about you donate? Click the button below. You can donate to me not masturbating. Cool.
Hey guys, I usually do this all the time, but I'm trying to raise money for a good cause, so I won't be pleasuring myself for a whole month.
You said you feel like it affects your mood because that'll happen to me.
Oh, absolutely.
But it's a lot longer than that. If it's like I'm out of town or something and it has been like a week or two, I'll be like in a real bad mood. I'll be like, I know what I need to do.
Yeah. If I go 4 days and it's like, and sometimes, you'll wait because you have something coming up. You're like, I got a date.
Yeah.
I want to paint the walls.
Oh, Jesus, this guy.
And then, and then it feels you're so much
You're so worked
happier.
up. Yeah.
Bad time for them to drop a new season of Big Mouth. That's all I know.
I've watched at like 4 or 5, and
it's so funny.
It's
Maya
so good.
Rudolph should be on the $50 bill.
She's so
oh my
hilarious.
God,
So
nothing
talented.
she's not good in. Sex with a condom is like drinking decaf or drinking O'Doul's. What's the point? It has a very specific point.
To not get pregnant is the point.
Yeah.
Or get an STD.
It might not be preferable, but it is very specific point.
Yeah.
Alan Mary is actually right. There are 2 Meccas.
Hey.
There is Mecca Lecca High, and there is Mecca Hiney Ho. They were established independently during the first Great Persian Empire. Right. Mecca Lecca High.
They were twins.
Mecca Hiney Ho.
Had they worn a condom.
Hey, see?
Right. Right, thank you.
Pee-wee's Playhouse deep dive there.
I know, right?
Yeah.
The genie.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the genie?
Yep.
Yeah.
Who was played by Lawrence Fishburne, right?
Oh, wow.
No, he was Cowboy Carl.
Oh, he was Cowboy Carl. Who was the...
Jambi was...
Jambi.
Oh, God, I don't... the actor's dead, but I don't know his name.
I thought he was somebody that was in some other stuff.
I mean, most actors are. Wasn't he in other things? Nope. Oh, he was...
Just that.
Oh, wow. His name was John Paragon. I should know this, but he looked a lot different before he died. He was half of the gay couple on Seinfeld. Are you talking to him or are you talking to me? You remember Bob and Cedric? The guys that stole the armoire?
Yes.
The white guy was Jambi. I never knew that.
I didn't know that either.
I never knew.
Wow. He died this past April in Palm Springs. He was 66.
Oh, so
He was
not
also
that
Terry
old.
the Pterodactyl on Pee-wee's Playhouse. And he was Cedric of Bob and Cedric and Seinfeld.
He was in some Elvira movies.
Look at that.
I'm too young.
He was part of the Groundlings.
I'm too young for Pee-wee's Playhouse, but I did a couple years ago. I was day drinking with one of my friends, and we went back to her house.
We need the year, Mary.
Oh, this one was probably 2016.
Okay.
2015, 2016.
You gotta be consistent.
You're right. Probably 2015, 2016. We went back to her house, and her boyfriend had a friend over, and they were watching Pee-wee's Playhouse and made it into a drinking game where these are grown-ups in their 30s watching Pee-wee's Playhouse, and it's like every time they said the secret word, we had to do a shot, and every time they did this, every time he laughed, you had to take a sip of your beer, and it was, I didn't make it through an episode. The old sit and spit.
Again, I was never into Pee-wee's Playhouse. Like, I know the characters and the actors, and I've seen a couple episodes. That was completely not my thing.
Were you too old?
No, I just didn't. I never thought Pee Wee Herman was funny. I never thought that character was funny.
You were too old, I think, for that show.
I mean, I saw the
Because
movies.
The movies were different than the show. The show was very goofy.
Weird.
Like, it was real weird.
It was creepy almost.
Yeah, like that was even like I would watch it just because it was on, and my older brother really liked it. So like we, if I tried to change the channel, he beat me up.
I mean, I was
So
I was like a freshman in high school when that started.
I think you're too old for it. I think
But it
it's
wasn't
like a
ma- but it-
little kids show.
I wasn't made for little kids. I
Right,
thought
it wasn't for
like
little kids. It was for like 10-year-old kids that are like, I'm hearing a fart joke, like because it had stuff like that.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I was too old.
And just weird silliness.
I mean, I like silly. It can never be silly enough for me. But I thought Pee Wee Herman. I thought that character was very annoying, and I didn't enjoy it. I liked the other. I like Phil Hartman and Larry Fishburne and all those guys. Cowboy Curtis. What did I call him? Cowboy Carl? Cowboy Curtis.
Oh, I thought, yeah.
Nobody was correct.
Nope.
Alan, my
Got it all
6th
wrong.
grade teacher once told me. Sex with
Put
a
on a condom.
Sex with a rubber is like eating a candy bar with a wrapper on. You take it off and it's so much better. No, listen, I get it.
Your 6th grade teacher also never said that.
It's not.
I know. That 100% didn't happen.
But for you to say it's negligible
It's
is
not negligible.
wild.
If regular sex is 10 out of 10.
7 out of 10.
7?
9.
I would have said 5.
9 out of 10.
No, it's not half as good. Maybe 6. Maybe 6
I would
and
say
a half or
7.
7, yeah.
9.
You have to go. You go 3 months without having sex, and then you're happy to have a
9.
condom on.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Friends, Bill Wills here for No Nut November. And
you might be wondering if I've been pleasuring myself.
that's right. That's right. We recently lost one of our own, so we're down a nut. I have got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text 35192. Next chance for you to grab $1,000. Listen for that keyword at 6:30, right before your Cavs pregame.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our disappointment.
Aww.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right, we got to go. Cavs pregame is next. My thanks to Sebastian Maniscalco. Always like talking to him. He's on the Nobody Does This tour, which hits the Romo Fijo on the 9th of December. And get your tickets online. You can go to his website. You can go to theirs. And the second season of his cooking show, too. I think I mentioned that. Well Done with Sebastian Maniscalco. Second season premieres next week, Tuesday on Discovery Plus, along with the other 4 billion things he's got going on. What do you have coming up, William?
I'm headlining a show at Hatfield's Good Grub in Cam's Corner this Saturday, 7:30 p.m. Tickets are $10 in advance, $15 at the door, so I'd suggest getting them in advance. You can go to BillSquire.com to get those tickets, or my social media at Bill Squire on Instagram and Twitter. Check out the Bill Squire Show. New episode comes out tomorrow, and High and Dry Comedy Hour with Bill Squire tomorrow night, 8 p.m. at High and Dry in Tremont.
Mary?
You have just about an hour to get downtown to the Odeon to catch me and Bill Squire and Mike Polk and a bunch of other really funny people for part of the Cleveland Comedy Festival. Shows at 7:30. Super excited about that. And then Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram, Mary_Santora on Twitter.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, and latest Poundcake podcast at AlanCoxShow.com.
All right, the legendary George Wallace will join me tomorrow on the show. Friday, Dolph Ziggler, who's part of the Cleveland Comedy Festival, will be in here early in the show. And what else? You need to leave us a message between now and tomorrow. You can do it any time on the After Hours line. It's 216-986-8903. And anything from today you missed, you can listen to the whole shebang on the iHeartRadio app. And that's it. Cavs pregame is next. Right before that, they'll listen for the next keyword to grab you $1,000 and go fund yourself. That is minutes away, so listen closely for that. And we'll talk to you again tomorrow, right around 2 o'clock.